Hey, Donna.
Hey, good morning, Mike. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You are working.
You're breaking up a little bit there.
Oh.
Say that again.
The video works, the audio works, all is well.
Yay.
Correctional Health, are you there? Can we test your audio? Hello?
Audience, we need to press *6.
Oh,
Hey, there we go.
okay.
We hear you.
You can? Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Jennifer.
Hi. How are you?
Doing fine. Hey, there you are.
I was like, I couldn't figure out why it wasn't coming up.
Yeah, I had to make a move. So you're up and other folks are in the room.
Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
And my day began at 3:45.
That's nuts.
I'm gonna get through this.
Yep.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Good morning, Stan. We can see you, but we cannot hear you yet.
Good morning, Bennett.
Hey, there you are.
Good
How's it
morning,
going?
Doug.
Hey, Stanley. How are you?
All right. You know, it's so interesting. For some reason, this thing brought me through the public meeting portal. It asked me, did I want to speak or something like that. I was like, good morning, Jennifer.
Hi. How are you?
I'm okay.
Gotta get my foot straight. Whew.
So, is anybody public on yet, Bennett?
Yeah, you have this stream is live right now.
Okay.
Good morning, Jackie.
Good morning. I have some technical issues. I'm going to try to get on a video, but I'll stand by.
Okay, sounds good. We can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
Bennett, I've never asked you before. Does the WebEx have the capacity to have a split screen with the like where I have a Word document and the video, or no? Zoom allows for that. Others,
Like, you mean to share your screen?
not to share my screen, but like if I wanted to pull up the variances and have them side by side for me to look at.
I don't know that you can do it within WebEx, but you should be able to shrink the size of the WebEx screen and pull up Word next
Right,
to
so
it.
that's what I've been trying to do, but then it just kind of goes, it disappears. Actually, let me try another way.
Good morning, Bobby.
I'm still with you guys, right?
Yep.
Hmm.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Bobby.
Hi.
We can hear you, but not see you. Oh, there you are, Bobby.
Yeah. Bennett, is it possible to show screen?
If you want to share your screen,
Yes.
yeah, at the bottom of your page, you should be able to. There should be a button that says share.
It's blanked.
Let's see. Let's try.
Now it's open. Okay, thank you.
But you'll have to let me know when you need that, because.
Okay, sure.
Good morning, James.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Bob.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Okay.
Sounds like a personal joke.
No, I think we'll just take the times at its word today, and things are better. A happier, slightly happier day.
So let's see, we have from the board, how many board members are present? Looking like, so we've got Jackie, Stanley, Bobby. Did I hear James?
Yep.
James, I'm here.
Okay, so we have 5.
Is Steve on the phone, Bennett?
Don't think Steve is yet on the phone, but
Okay,
check.
and who else are we expecting?
I know Felipe is trying to get in right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Steve, I have not heard from Michael Regan, and I checked in again this morning. So I don't know that he will be here, but he would be the only one who wouldn't be here.
okay.
Good morning, Michael.
Bennett, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thanks.
Morning,
Thank
Michael.
you.
Good morning, Michael.
Morning.
Morning, Michael.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, guys. Hi.
All right. Is Felipe still trying to come in?
Yeah, he's still working on it.
Okay. We will give it one more minute and then we're going to begin. We have quorum, so we can begin.
Morning, Felipe.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. The New York City Board of Correction, November 10th, 2020 meeting is now in session. Our scheduled business will start by voting on the draft October 13th, 2020 board meeting minutes, which board members have already received. I ask for a board member to move for a vote to approve the minutes. Jackie has moved, and I ask for another board member to second the motion.
Second.
Thank you, Stanley. Are there any edits, any questions, challenges, debate of any of the items in the minutes? Seeing no hands raised and hearing none, I am asking for a vote to approve the October 13th, 2020 minutes. All in favor, please say aye or yay.
Aye.
Aye.
Yay.
Any opposed? Good deal. The board minutes for October 13th have been approved. So we shall turn to the substance of the agenda. Before we do, I have a couple of announcements. The first is an update on rulemaking. The board's ad hoc committee for punitive segregation has been meeting, and they have prepared recommendations for ending punitive segregation. These recommendations prioritize safety, support, accountability, and transparency in a new disciplinary system. We thank the working group, Vice Chair Stanley Richards, Commissioner Brand, COBA President Benny Basio, and Just Leadership USA President and CEO Deanna Hoskins for their work, their diligent work over the last several months. The board's rulemaking committee has taken the recommendations and has begun redrafting a rule that will govern restrictive housing in the jail system. This rule will seek to meet the same standard that we set for the working group, a rule and a disciplinary system that prioritizes transparency, accountability, safety, and support for all staff and all people in custody. The complete elimination of punitive segregation represents a significant change from the proposed rule that was put forward back in February of this year. This change is a result of the important and moving testimony that we received from the public and the board's confidence that the department can safely transition away from the harmful practice towards a disciplinary system that works for people detained and working in the jails. Under the city's Administrative Procedure Act, such a significant change requires us to restart the rulemaking process. The next steps are as follows. The proposed rule being drafted will be sent to the law department for certification. There then will be the requisite notice period of 30 days during which public comment will be sought. We will hold public hearings during the day and the evening, so all who desire to comment will have an opportunity to do so. After this comment period has ended, the board will review all feedback, consider changes to the proposed rule, send a final rule to the law department for certification, publish the final rule, and then vote on it. We will continue to update the public on the timeline as we move forward. Many, including the board, would agree that this process has taken significantly longer than desired. Having heard from the public back in February that the proposed rule required more to be done to end punitive segregation, then the onset of COVID, and then the working group's efforts resulting in substantial changes to end punitive segregation, which triggered CAPA, all of this has prolonged this process. More time has lapsed than was ideal or desired, but we believe that the final rule will reflect a shared desire to reform restrictive housing in a way that achieves our goals concerning accountability with humane treatment and safety for all. I also want to quickly address two issues from our October meeting. First, the board extends our most heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Christopher Cruz. Mr. Cruz was 27 years old and passed away on October 9th at AMKC. And secondly, I want to apologize to Commissioner Brand for statements made regarding her absence at the last meeting. It was unfairly and unjustly assumed by some that her absence was a sign of disrespect for this board, and statements to that effect were made. While perhaps unintended, such statements can undermine department leadership, which runs counter to our collective aim of ensuring the most effective functioning of the department. I urge all board members, myself included, going forward, to refrain from opinion statements that can compromise the ability of department leadership and staff to perform their jobs. Questioning leadership and staff about policies, programs, and plans is the work of the board. Making public negative assumptions about the whereabouts of the commissioner when she is not present during a meeting is not. I now want to bring to the board and the public's attention that we will be reappointing Stanley Richards as vice chair of the board. During his tenure, he has devoted his time, energy, and expertise to our work, always taking into account the needs of people in custody and the staff. We will now turn to the work of this hearing, beginning with variances. We're going to first have public comment on the variances. I'm sorry, before I do that, I do need to have a motion to approve Stanley as vice chair. Can't do that unilaterally, although I'd like to, Stanley. So I'm asking for a motion.
So moved enthusiastically.
Thank you, Jackie.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Franco. May I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none opposed, the motion has been carried, and Stanley, you are reappointed, Stanley Richards, as our vice chair. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you for agreeing to serve in this capacity. So let's now move to hear public comment on the department's request for variances, separation status, young adult, ESH, secure, and young adult commingling.
Jennifer, I think I did I just hear
Repeat that
Michael?
one.
No, I think I just
Yes.
heard Michael pop in.
Oh, Michael?
Can you guys hear me? Yes.
Yes.
I had an opportunity yesterday to talk to Ramon Martinez, the speaker's former counsel and chief of staff. Ramon was hearkening back to the day he interviewed Stanley to become a member of the Board of Corrections. Ramon thinks that your appointment may be the best appointment the speaker's made. So congratulations, Stanley. This is richly deserved.
That's wonderful.
Thank you, Michael. I so appreciate it. And
Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much. We owe a lot to Stanley. We owe a lot to all of our board members. Thank you. So now we're going to move to public comment on the variances that have been put forward by the department. I am awaiting a list of speakers. Let's just check to see if they have come in. All right, I've got a list of speakers. Those who have been on these board WebEx meetings know the drill. Those who have not, I'll walk through the procedure. So I'm going to call each person's name. When you hear your name, please raise your hand using the hand icon below the participants list on your WebEx screen. If you don't see the participants list, click on the silhouette of a person on the menu at the bottom of your screen. Once you open the participants list, you should see the hand icon in order to raise your hand. When you raise your hand, we will unmute you and you will be able to turn on your video. You can then begin your public comment. You will have 3 minutes and I will tell you when your 3 minutes has expired. And once that has happened, we will move to the next speaker. Please limit your comments to the requested variances. We will hold a general public comment at the end of the meeting for all of your other concerns. The board also welcomes written comment. You can email written comments to boc@boc.nyc.gov, boc@boc.nyc.gov, or mail your comment to 1 Center Street, room 2213, New York, New York, 10007. 1 Center Street, room 2213, New York, New York, 10007. I now will call on our first speaker, Julia Solomons.
Actually, Jennifer, I think Councilmember Bennett is.
It says that,
So
is he on yet?
Yeah, he's joined.
Okay, forgive me, Councilmember. Councilmember Antonio Reynoso.
I didn't know how to, I couldn't see the video. I didn't see how I can join in. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. And let me just pull up my talking points. I apologize. So good morning, members of the board. My name is Antonio Reynoso, and I am the council member for the 34th district representing Williamsburg and Bushwick in Brooklyn and Ridgewood in Queens. I am here to comment on the proposed variance, only to say that I believe there are far more important issues that at DOC that need to be grappled with immediately. I testified before this board many months ago, along with numerous other advocates from the Halt Solitary Coalition, urging you to halt the use of solitary confinement. It is unclear to me why the board has failed to take action. What is clear is that the use of solitary confinement must come to an end immediately. We know that an overwhelming number of people in the Department of Corrections custody suffer from mental health and substance abuse issues. We also know that many of these folks have not been convicted of any crime at all. The evidence is overwhelming. Solitary is deeply harmful to the mental health of those individuals who have been subjected to it. These effects are only that much worse for folks already suffering from mental health issues. How can we as a society continue to carry out a practice that we know harms people? Why do we continue to deploy solitary confinement when other jurisdictions have put an end to it without any of the negative consequences that are so often predicted by those who fearmonger against it? I want to ask this board to really take a moment to reflect on what we are doing to some of our city's most vulnerable residents. This is not an academic issue. It's not something that we don't have control over. Imagine if your son or your sister or your father was sitting in a cell completely alone, afraid, and with no one there to provide them with comfort or support. Imagine that kind of fear or desperation. This is not a practice that any civilized society should be engaged in. Solitary confinement speaks to a desire for revenge and vindictiveness, not public safety and rehabilitation. You have the power to end the suffering of so many people with a simple vote to end solitary. We have seen so much suffering over the past year. It is incumbent upon us as public servants to do what we can to alleviate people's suffering where we have the power to do so. I believe every member of this board knows in their heart that placing people in solitary confinement is wrong. I ask you to please act on those feelings. Put an end to solitary confinement now. Doing so will save so many from unnecessary suffering. Our city will forever be grateful to you for doing so. And again, I want to thank the board for allowing me an opportunity to speak and an opportunity to speak first. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The next person on the list is Julia Solomon. Her hand is raised.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Julia Solomons. I am a social worker and part of the policy team at the Bronx Defenders, as well as a member of the Jails Action Coalition. I want to first just thank quickly Councilmember Reynoso for his testimony, and it's a pleasure to follow him. An attorney from her office recalls a recent meeting with a client on Rikers. She described the meeting as emotionally harrowing and heartbreaking. This client, like too many others, had just spent months in solitary confinement and ESH, constructively denied due process, no meaningful access to his legal team, and without the necessary and frequent contact to family. Instead, our client was visibly unraveling, cycling the verge of tears and rage. He expressed feeling sad, angry, and hopeless, experiencing extreme loneliness, frustration, and confusion. It was all the days in isolation, he said. And then he asked, how is it that thousands of people are okay with putting humans in tiny cages with no regard for the torture and mental trauma caused? The attorney had no answer for him. Every day that the board delays on implementing the end of solitary confinement and the beginning of due process in the disciplinary system is a day in which our clients remain isolated, losing hope, in danger, and forgotten. For more than a year now, survivors of solitary have come forward and shared their trauma, and yet this practice continues without any clear timeline for making a change. For the board to grant the proposed variances with regard to separation status, ESH, and the secure unit at RNDC would send an undeniable message to people in custody and the general public that New York City will not, in fact, be ending the torturous practice of solitary confinement anytime soon. The board's continued delay in publishing the restrictive housing rule is unacceptable, and the fact that the department continues to act for variances that in fact expand the use of restrictive housing and sees them granted by the board is nothing short of enraging. These variances contradict everything that the board has been promising in a new disciplinary system. Granting a variance on the minimum standard with regard to young adults in the secure units access to their legal counsel and court appearances, no matter how many opportunities for development those housed there are receiving, stands in direct conflict with the values of procedural justice and due process that the board has spoken so much about in anticipation of the new rule. There is no other path forward than to begin to reduce the population in all restrictive housing units, as that is a transition that will understandably take time. Allowing the department to continue to rely on increased capacity of these units and continued denial of people in custody's basic liberties in order to do so tells our clients, community members, and correctional staff that New York City has no real plans to end this harmful and dehumanizing practice in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us now hear from, Simone Spirig. All right, please unmute him. Simone, you may begin. Ms. Spirig.
Good morning. My name is Simone Spirig, and I'm the Jail Services Social Worker at Brooklyn Defender Services. We're glad to hear the committee has recommendations on restrictive housing rulemaking, and we ask that those recommendations be made public. We also hope that there is a definitive timeline to this process so that we can end this torture once and for all. The board must deny the variance request in front of you today and instead move forward with restrictive housing rulemaking. For years, we've been coming to these meetings urging you to move forward with rulemaking. People have died while this board waits. This year is the closest we've come to the board voting, but of course, more delays to ending the torturous practice of isolation in New York City jails. I recently spoke with a man who I'll refer to as Mr. H. Mr. H was sent to punitive segregation for 30 days, and for that entire period, he was never provided a hearing despite his requests and filed grievances that went unanswered. DOC verbally told him that he refused the hearing, but not a single person told him he even had a hearing in the first place. There's no accountability on the department. Agencies tend to take the word of staff over people in custody every day, and every day that this board fails to pass comprehensive rules concerning the use of isolation and due process, it's the people in custody who will be harmed. Another BDS client, who I'll refer to as Mr. C, was sent to punitive segregation. Mr. C has a history of serious mental illness, which is documented by CHS. He has a history of being 730'd. He has a history of being placed in MO units while in custody. And despite this documented history with Correctional Health Services, he still entered solitary confinement. He shouldn't have spent a second under those conditions, and it should not have taken our office to flag such an obvious violation of the current rules. As soon as we flagged him for CHS, he was removed. While we are grateful for this quick response, how Mr. C was able to go undetected and how he quite possibly could have stayed for the max duration had his defense office not noticed is still a major question that has gone unanswered. The board could expand their rules to provide additional protections so people with mental illness never enter any form of restrictive housing. And equally important, notice to the defense counsel. If we had been notified the day of his infraction, day of his hearing, received a copy of his disciplinary decision, our office should have notified all parties involved that day of Mr. C's mental health history. The board must deny these variances and move forward with rulemaking because every day you don't, you become responsible for the harm instilled on people in custody. No more delays. We must end the torture of isolation, and this board has the power to right the wrongs of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Robert Camacho? Robert Camacho.
Yes.
You're unmuted. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having the time. I would also like to thank my councilman, Antonio Reynoso. I'm the chairperson of Community Board 4, Bushwick. Everyone see how hard it is now and what's going on in this world with COVID and everything. And everyone now sees themselves isolated and closed in their homes and locked in without seeing anyone or hugging anyone. Imagine being locked in jail like that. Imagine all day not feeling that way. We really need, because, I'm in this, we can walk out and go and get air whenever we want. They can't. Imagine how things are now. Your parents, your mom, your fathers, your sisters, your brothers, and not going out this hard time. I plead to this board to allow these people to be released and get some air or something. We know whatever they've done, if they've done something, they know they do, let the system deal with it. But to lock someone in there for so long, I just want this board to think of themselves and think about themselves, how rough it is all these months, and people dying alone. Put yourself in that. Think about that. If you have an inch of heart, you need to see yourself and feel yourself. And if you do that, I believe that we can make this place and end itself and go better. We know they committed a crime, whatever they did, or if they didn't, let the system deal with them. But let's try to help them when they do come back to society, when it's rough as it is now, when they come out with no jobs, all right, with no parents. Some of these people that are in there may be from my community that been here for so long, all of a sudden can't come back because it costs too much money to live here and they can't afford. Now we're pushing them away from our community. You isolated them. Now you let them go. Now you bring them to the community that they don't know of because their people no longer here, can't afford to live here. So I see a lot of times, and I know a lot of kids that were in jail and come out and see, where's my mother and father or my sister and brother? They no longer can live here. They're not here. They moved out. We really need to think. And if any of you board members have a heart, really do need to think about your kids and your children being locked in their home now on the computer, not going nowhere, eating and sitting in their home, and it's hard to go out there because of this epidemic. So we really need you guys to consider ending that practice or something that makes it more feasible. Maybe it's a timeout room where they can time out and unwind and then release them out. All those days like that, I'm already feel like I'm in jail in my home. So I thank you for this opportunity.
Jennifer, you're muted.
I was just thanking Mr. Camacho. Thank you very much. Let us now go to Sarita Daftery. Okay. Please begin.
Thank you. Just a moment while I pull this up. Okay. Good morning, and thank you, board members, for this opportunity to comment. I want to express my concern that on the agenda today, the Department of Correction to extend an extreme form of solitary confinement in the form of separation status, but absent from the agenda, specific discussion of recommendations of the board's proposed rules for ending solitary confinement. I'm encouraged to know that the rules that the board will propose differ enough from the original to warrant some reconsideration, and concerned about the further delay of this process. We are not just concerned that we are now 10 days past the most recent timeline we were given of before the end of October. We're concerned about all of the time wasted before that and the lives lost in the process. Almost 5.5 years have passed since Khalif Browder took his own life after suffering more than 2 years in solitary confinement on Rikers Island. More than 4.5 years have passed since the Jails Action Coalition sent a letter urging this board to undertake a comprehensive rulemaking on restrictive housing. 4 years have passed since Rolando died in solitary confinement on Rikers Island while pleading for anti-seizure medication. About 16 months passed since Layleen Blanco died in solitary confinement. Over a year has passed since people who survived solitary confinement rehashed that torture in front of this board in 2 public hearings. In every single board meeting since then, at least one person who has experienced solitary confinement has shared testimony to remind you of the urgency to use power to end this torture now. We've also heard from other formerly incarcerated people who were never placed in solitary, who have told you that solitary confinement absolutely does not make them safer, but in fact adds to the violent environment of the jails by further traumatizing already traumatized people. More than 4 months have passed since the mayor announced that New York City would end solitary confinement. As we sit here today, people are still experiencing exact torture. People are locked in isolated cells in New York City jails right now, and the Department of Correction is requesting permission to continue to use its most restrictive form. The board must vote no on this variance and move urgently to hold a vote on new rules to end solitary confinement. This board does not need the agreement of the working group or COBA or DOC to move forward with utilizing your independent oversight power to end torture in New York City jails now. As the Nunes Monitor's reports continue to show, the department's officers escalate situations and provoke violence, which they then use to justify the use of solitary confinement. You know this cannot continue. Action Coalition and Campaign for Alternatives to Isolated Confinement have given you a blueprint for ending solitary confinement. I want to thank members of the board who have spoken in support of ending solitary confinement. What we need now is your action. In closing, I want to again urge the board to conduct a full investigation of the death of Christopher Cruz and into the death of Hector Rodriguez. The lives of people in New York City jails matter, and every death in custody deserves a full investigation. Thank you. And I forgot to mention at the beginning, I'm a member of the Jails Action Coalition and co-director of Agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Victoria Phillips. Good morning, Ms. Minister Phillips. Please begin.
Good morning. Ain't no video? Oh, okay. Before I begin, I want to actually ask, can you mute everybody? Because it's very distracting to hear the background noise, especially people with invisible disabilities like myself. I'm Minister Dr. Victoria Phillips, known as Ms. V. And I'm here today to look the background. I wanted to try to piece together different audios from people directly on the inside addressing many of these variances, but it's just too many before you today. So before you actually listen and make a vote on these variances, I want to remind the board that literally right now, over 50% of those incarcerated in New York City Department of Corrections have had contact of some form with mental health professionals. So when you start to think about making these votes, you need to keep that in mind, because many people are not properly diagnosed. They don't receive their medical. And we all know, because of the variance you've continued, that many people are extended to 28 days and they aren't even being seen within 28 days from a mental health medical. I really want to talk about the personal hygiene. We have people directly reporting being in medical units, still not even having their tools to properly walk around, to properly to bathe themselves. They might need a bath chair or things like that. It's not even being given to them. And I have one person who reported having to wait over a week and a half to shower. This board received that complaint as well. I appreciate if you follow up. There are so many people still reporting around lack of access to basic things like stamps, envelopes, paper to write on. When you think about these variances and keeping people locked away, you need to think about their access to reach their attorney, their direct lifeline to help themselves advocate and be saved. People are still reporting to me that they're not even getting the form to file a grievance. You've heard legal services actually tell you clients are not even being responded on their grievance, but I'm telling you, people are still reporting to me that they aren't even being granted access to put a grievance in. And remember, they are unseen, they're unheard. Remember, these are people that depend on you to help save their lives, and your budget is being cut. So think about that as well when you pass these variances that you won't be able to hold DOC accountable for, and people's real lives are on the line. So many people are saying that materials that they request from the library are still not being brought back. They're being told that they were given when they weren't given to them. So many different things. And I just want to say on the record before my time is up that I believe, as an advocate who has been testifying before this court for the last 8 years, that it is our right to know why the Department of Corrections Commissioner was not here at the last hearing. That was so important. And the fact that the DOC did not come prepared to give a statement on why the commissioner was not here. Yes, it is the right of the people to want to know where they were. I wanted to know where the commissioner was and where the vice president of the board was, because we were waiting for an answer from them from the working group, and they are 50% of that working group. And we are the people who have given you the blueprint to do what you now say you need to do. So have a blessed day. I know you're getting ready to cut me off. Have a blessed day.
I just want to quickly, it is not always the case that people need to know everybody's personal business, but Commissioner Brand was not in the meeting because of a personal obligation last month. And Vice President Richards was not at the board meeting because he needed to be reappointed. There was a technical issue concerning his appointment, and we took care of that. I just want everybody to know that for the record. All right, we will move forward with the next public comment from Kayla Simpson. Good morning. She's raised her hand. We can begin. Kayla Simpson, are you there? Okay, we cannot hear you. Someone is typing. If you would please mute. And then Bennett, we cannot hear Kayla Simpson. Kayla Simpson, try to speak again. Are you putting?
You might want to move to the next person, and I can try to text.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Just using different microphone. Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kayla Simpson. I'm a staff attorney at the Prisoners' Rights Project at the Legal Aid Society. Listen, we've opposed all these variances before. We oppose them again. And it's the again part that I think I want to focus on today. The board should reject the variances. It should reject the practice of regulating the variance. And just to illustrate the problem, so commingling. This variance was first presented to you in September of 2015. You've renewed it 13 times over 5 years. The secure unit variance first presented to you in May 2016. You've renewed it 12 times over 4 years. Young adult ESH presented to you October 2016, renewed 10 times since. And now we have separation status, first presented to you over a year ago, the newest in the collection of the ongoing rotation of DOC requests to deviate from the minimum standards on the subject of isolation. And they've been presented to you time and again. They're not emergencies. They largely implicate the same facts. They're placeholders for a real regulatory scheme governing isolation in the jails, and honestly continuing to rubber stamp them every time they come before you year after year is a misuse of the variance process and the standards. And they involve serious deprivations, like the conditions described to you before about separation status, And that's something that matters no matter how few people the department says it places there. And these are the problems that restrictive housing rulemaking is supposed to address, right? Which brings us, I think, to a broader concern. The challenges represented by these variances, restrictive housing, how to manage young adults, require real, thoughtful, evidence-based, big picture approaches. We shouldn't be using piecemeal triage variances for how the jails use isolation or how they allow the once lauded young adult plan to wither on the vine with nothing to replace it. These are both incredible opportunities to have courageous, common sense approaches to serious challenges rather than the scattershot system that allows the city jails to over and over again default to dehumanizing restrictions, letting young New Yorkers slip through the cracks of each variance. It's irresponsible, frankly, and it's a wasted chance. So we look forward to the proposed rule promised by the chair today. We hope that it will have the scope of the rule proposed last year, governing isolation by function rather than by the names of the units. And if you need an example of why that's necessary, you need look no further than MDC 9 South. That unit doesn't have a special name. It's for people who are supposed to be excluded from punitive segregation for myriad reasons, but perversely, it's still extremely isolating. It's just cages outside of cells that allow for lockout with one other person, and our clients report a nearly constant ESU presence day after day of abusive strip searches and uses of force. There's no due process by which someone's placed there or by which they can leave. And though MDC is slated to close, there will always be units like this in NYC second and third floors right now or elsewhere. And these units need your oversight. They need a rule. In discussing the elimination of solitary and this rulemaking process, the board has articulated a vision of more humane jails time and again. Please make the proposed rule public as soon as possible to give all of us a meaningful chance to help the rule accomplish those purposes, because otherwise, solitary is going to continue to exist by many other names in other dark corners of Rikers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Ashaki Antoine. Please begin.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're a little faint. Let's see if we can. Please begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
I cannot see you.
Okay. Can you see me now?
No.
No? Okay. I actually
Excuse me, I just want, if board members are typing, please mute your phone, the screen. Thank you.
Yes. I wanted to speak about the punitive segregation piece. But I also wanted to reserve some of my comments or issues concerned for the general open statements if I can. Is that an option?
It is. I just need to ask you, are your comments concerning punitive segregation tied to the variances? If they are not, then what we will do is ask you to return at the end of the meeting for public comment.
Okay, so then I will do so. I will do so, public comment.
All right, and we'll make sure that your name is on the list. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person from whom we will hear is Melania Brown.
Are you like on your report? I already testified.
Melania Brown?
And one robot's mom called.
Okay.
That robot had to go home.
I'm not, is this Melania Brown? Is that you?
Yes,
hi. I was
Please
trying
begin.
to hit the hands, but it wasn't letting me. Hi,
Okay.
so for many of you that may have maybe forgotten who my sister was, I am Leilene Polanco, older sister, Melania Brown. My sister died last year in solitary confinement, June 7th of 2019. I was promised by the mayor that solitary confinement will come to an end in October. We are now in November and nothing. There's no plan. I haven't heard of no plans. You guys just keep pushing this and keep pushing and keep making us wonder when it's going to end. Now, my question is, when is it going to end? Is it ever going to end? When will the plan that you guys have in place take place? Now, another thing that I have, another big question that I have is solitary confinement just another name to cover up death penalty? Because it seems like that's what's going on here. I watched the video over and over again. Last night was the last time that I watched the video of my sister going in to solitary confinement and coming out in a body bag. I got my sister now around my neck, ashes around my neck. It is not okay. I'm not gonna let off. Solitary confinement needs to come to an end. There's other programs that could be put in place, like mental health programs. A lot of these inmates that are in jail is not because they wanted to commit a crime. It's because they need mental health. You guys got killers as workers, killers. The correctional officers, a lot of people focus on the police out here, but the correctional officers in jail are also officers. They're also cops. They're killing these individuals. They're raping them, killing them, abusing them, scaring them to throw them in solitary confinement, making them fight with other inmates. And if they don't, they get thrown in solitary confinement. It seems to me like they're abusing their power and you guys are allowing them to do so. I am sick of this. I am sick of this. I will continue to show up to these board meetings. You guys were not, my face is a face that you guys will remember forever because I'm not letting off. I'm not letting off. There's no justice for my sister until this system is ended. This money chain system is ended. These are humans. These are not animals. You guys are not selling chicken. These are humans. And they deserve better. I don't care what they did in there. Your workers that you guys got in there, they should be capable enough to put aside and not even care about what these inmates did and be there and protect them and make sure that when they're released sane and back into the hands of their family. Not like my sister. My sister was given back to me in ashes, pretty much. And it's not okay. I miss my sister. I miss her smile. I miss the way she used to care for this world and care for others and be there for others. I miss her. And she deserves way more than what happened to her in the hands of the government. And it is not okay. This system needs to be broken down completely and built from the ground up. Because as long as you guys continue to have these workers in there, they're going to continue to abuse. Now, why? Why they get away with it? I don't understand. I'm still trying to figure out why they get away with it. Why they only get slapped with suspension, like the correctional officers that killed my sister. All right. There's literally a video of my sister going into solitary confinement and coming out in a body bag. And in between that time, you can literally see these correctional officers laughing because it was a joke, right? It was a joke to watch her take her last breath. Was she a fucking freak show? Excuse my language. That's why they was laughing. What's going on with these officers? Are they back working? Are they abusing another family member? What are they doing? What are you guys doing to stop this? What are you guys doing to stop this? The mayor made a promise, and I'm still waiting for that promise. And he cannot continue to use my sister's name in vain. And his son. He loves to throw his biracial son out there. Well, guess what? If you don't change the way that you guys don't change the way that our family members, Black people and people of color in the jail system are treated, guess what, Mayor? Your son is also in danger. He is not no different than me, my sister, and my children. Enough is enough. We need this to come to an end, and I'm not letting off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Melania Brown. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let us hear from Danielle Gerard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Jones Austin, Executive Director Egan, and board members. My name is Danielle Gerard, and I'm a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights, a national advocate for youth in state systems. We've testified before the board at almost every hearing over several years. Therefore, I will shorten my oral testimony and refer you to our written testimony for many more specifics. Here we are again asking that you deny all of the department's variance requests regarding commingling. As Kayla just mentioned, the board has granted this variance no fewer than 13 times. I trust we can all agree that this reflects a piecemeal approach to managing the young adult population on Rikers. As we have emphasized over the years, despite the department's claims, there is no evidence that the practice of commingling reduces violence. There are more effective and lasting methods to reduce violence, including an increase in services and age-appropriate programming, as well as continued better training for officers regarding the requested variances for ESH, separation status, and secure unit housing. We continue to bang our heads against a brick wall on behalf of young adults and along with other advocates in the New York City Jails Action Coalition on behalf of all incarcerated persons. Notwithstanding a greatly reduced jail population, neither the board nor the department has a plan to allocate resources for management, officer training, programming, and schools for addressing the needs of incarcerated young adults on Rikers. In addition, there does not seem to be a comprehensive plan in the works for this vulnerable population after Rikers closes. Are we going to continue to regulate by variance? Children's Rights remains deeply troubled about the lack of a plan and calls on the board of the department to develop one that truly addresses the needs of incarcerated young adults. Finally, and here is the crux of the matter, many of the proposed variances today rely on euphemistically named housing placements that are little more than substitutes for punitive segregation. We appreciate the chair's update on restrictive housing rulemaking abolishing solitary confinement. Children's Rights believes that it is imperative to include in the abolition of solitary confinement the abolition of separation status housing, ESH, and the secure unit. Thank you.
Thank you. We will hear from Francis Jateles. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your last name. Francis Jateles. This person with us. Francis Jateles or Jatels? Jatels, are you with us? Okay. We will move on to Meek Kincaid. I don't see that person listed as an attendee. Meek Kincaid. Okay. The next person is Jennifer Parrish. Her hand is raised. Please begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Parrish. I'm the Director of Criminal Justice Advocacy at the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project and a member of the Halt Solitary Campaign and the Jails Action Coalition. Here we are again, considering variances that allow young adults far less than 14 hours of out-of-cell time daily, that permit the continued use of restraint desks in which young people are shackled in their seat during their out-of-cell time, and that authorize complete isolation and separation status of all individuals in custody with absolutely no time limit to that confinement. The board claims that it's moving toward eliminating solitary confinement, but there is absolutely no evidence of that in the variances DOC request today. Commissioner Brand, one of the working group members, has not put forth any less restrictive plans than the department requested previously. In fact, she requests that the board modify its conditions to slow progression through the levels of these restrictive units based on program participation. And this is at a time when the department, due to COVID, has greatly restricted programming. The working group was promoted as a way to get all the stakeholders on board with a plan to eliminate solitary confinement. That effort apparently failed, as there appears to be no movement on the commissioner's part to make the current system any less restrictive. Moreover, there's a shocking lack of transparency in this process. The working group has not released its recommendations to the public. Board members who were part of that process and reassured us of its intent have chosen not to meet with advocates despite assurances to the contrary. And although we were assured that the CAPA process would not need to be restarted, that is apparently not the case. The working group has shown itself to be exactly what we feared, merely a tool to postpone making real change in solitary confinement. This board should be ashamed that during the years that it's postponed ending solitary confinement, thousands of people have been and and will continue to be subjected to this torture. Your delay has real-world consequences to thousands of people. If the board had moved its own rulemaking process forward without deferring to the sham working group and without reinitiating the CAPA process, the vote could have occurred already, and we could be moving forward with implementation. The board simply ignores the cries of those who've been harmed by solitary confinement and others committed to ending it. The pain and frustration expressed at the last meeting went unheard by most of you, as only 3 board members remained in the meeting by the time the public was finally allowed to comment. The entire board should value community engagement regarding the city jails and demonstrate that by being present to listen. The board must reject these variances. That is the only way to show that each of you, as individual board members, are committed to ending solitary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the comments. And again, we will have public comment at the end of as the final action of this board meeting. We will now move to a discussion and vote on the variance requests that have been put forward by the Department of Correction. I will turn the meeting over at this point to Megan Egan, Executive Director, to speak on the variance request concerning separation status.
It would help if I unmuted myself. Thank you. The department restarted using body scanners for the detection of contraband in July of 2019, after the board and many stakeholders supported a change in state law to permit their use for this purpose. The scanners, like those used in airports around the world, use low-dose ionizing radiation to detect objects such as drugs and items made from materials that are undetectable by magnetometers or stored in body cavities and not found through other methods such as strip searches and pat frisks. When someone has a positive scan or refuses to be scanned, the department believes the person possesses contraband and places them in a highly restrictive housing area called separation status, which includes the person's confinement to an isolation cell for nearly 24 hours. DOC removes a person from the unit after the person receives a negative scan indicating the absence of contraband. DOC is requesting a 6-month renewal of the variance that allows placement in separation status. The board first granted this variance in November of 2019. Board staff reviewed this documentation associated with all 12 separation status placements that occurred between June and September of 2020. During that period, there were 12 placements of 11 unique individuals, a 67% decrease in placements compared to the previous 4-month period. 7 of those placements followed a refusal to scan, and 5 followed a positive scan. The average length of stay in the unit was 1 day and 11 hours, down from 1 day and 22 hours in the prior 4-month period. 1 placement lasted longer than 72 hours. From June to September 2020, half of the placements in separation status resulted in contraband recovery. 3 of these placements followed a positive scan, and 3 followed a refusal to scan. This shows a recent increase in contraband recoveries following placement. Since the unit opened, only 28% of placements in separation status have resulted in contraband recovery. There was an inappropriate 48-minute placement into the unit on July 15th, for which the board was not provided any related placement or removal documentation. After the board staff followed up with the department on this case, the department reported that GRVC leadership and OSIU staff had been advised and reminded that only individuals who either produce a positive scan result or refuse to submit a body scan may be placed in separation status. We've also found that untrained or insufficiently trained staff continue to be involved in placements and removals from separation status. 11 officers conducted scans and initiated 21 placements and removals that occurred between June and September of 2020. Only 6 of these 11 officers had completed the required trainings in radiation safety and body scanner operations. 2 officers had completed some, but not all of the required trainings, and 3 officers had not received any training. Additionally, there were 7 tour commanders and 1 OSIU staff that received an approved placement and removal paperwork between June and September of 2020. 2 of these tour commanders had not completed the image evaluation training. It is unacceptable and dangerous that DOC staff without adequate training continue to use X-ray technology and review scans. I will now ask the department to present their variance request.
Pursuant to Section 115C of the New York City Board of Correction, the New York City Department of Correction requests a limited 6-month variance renewal from the board. DOC minimum standards outlined below for the purpose of maintaining the safety and security of department facilities where individuals in custody are known or reasonably believed to have dangerous contraband secreted on or within their body. The department seeks this variance to take effect on November 14th, 2020, the date upon which the current variance is set to expire. Introduce yourself. I apologize. My name is Becky Scott, Bureau Chief of Facility Operations. Good morning.
Jackie, you're muted.
Thank you.
Jennifer, sir.
May I have a motion from the board to vote on the variance request?
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any debate, question, conditions to be considered? Bobby, please.
Yes, we all remember we've spent months discussing separation status because it is the most restrictive unit on Rikers Island. It is housed in the most horrific location on Rikers Island, and there are many holes on Rikers Island, but separation status wins. When I read that the ESU fully restrained a person, put them on a gurney, and hid them in the restraint unit without reporting that they were bringing him there, I was horrified but not surprised, because that's what we have been afraid of when we allowed the department to set up this unit. We put on many restrictions, and they have obviously ignored them all. I was particularly struck, and I would ask Chief Stooks, because I remember that he was responsible for this, to why a decision was made by the department that this is not a sufficient enough problem to require any discipline by the command ESU staff who violated every rule of this variance. I mean, I understand why the department wants this. I wrote letters to the state government supporting the presence of scanners, but I'm very worried that the department's misuse of this was not a one-time thing, that they may have misused it many times before, and we only found out about it this time, and that the department took it so lightly as to not discipline anybody for it and told us that. I certainly think we should not renew this variance for more than 2 months. I think that the board should require, because of this gross violation of the variance, that any future violations have a disciplinary component. And I again want to hear from the department about why they don't think it's important enough to do that. And that if they cannot provide trained personnel to run this unit, they shouldn't run the unit. It's very distressing.
Thank you, Bobby. Before there are other conditions, questions, comments presented by the board members, I'd ask the department to respond.
So hi, good morning. This is Chief Jennings. So I would just like to respond to Bobby's concern. And so I understand that his concerns are legitimate. However, at the time of this incident, this one-time incident, we had no one that was housed in isolation status. And due to the fact that they had multiple incidents that went on, and the intake, the captain, the ESU captain mistakenly utilized that one housing area for approximately 45 minutes as a satellite intake, not knowing that that housing area was not open and that we had no one in custody in isolation. And so what we did was we made sure that all of the staff members were aware that anytime we open up any housing area, that has to be done with the collaboration of custody management, and the housing unit is distinguishedly designated as only as an isolation area.
Surprised me that they didn't know that already.
So
It doesn't surprise me. It's just, how is that possible?
So Bobby, again, like I said, I appreciate what your concerns are. And they're not just your concerns, they're everyone's concerns. And so this was a one-time incident, like I said. And I can't take away the fact that it did happen. We have addressed it and it has not happened again. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions or comments?
Yes, this is James Sperino. I have concerns that, I mean, we found out there was a hole in the system where people were not trained utilizing this system. It was recognized, it was identified a year ago. And now we still, I don't know if I heard correctly, but just recently, many people utilizing this system is not trained. Now, to me, if you make a mistake, you have to fix that problem. We lost this tool a long time ago, and then we got it back after a lot of litigation, a lot of work, and then we get it, and now we are violating the system of just, you got to be trained or you just don't touch this machine. But we're doing it still. So I'm not sure if I heard correctly. Are we still violating that problem, Chief Jennings? I mean, I know you're going to fix something.
So thank you, James. So no, we're making sure that all placements that are done for anyone going into separation status is done and reviewed by a person who's trained. And so all of our input into the house, anyone who's transferred in or out, is done by a trained person. That scan is reviewed by trained people at OSIU, and they are also the persons or the unit that's doing the removal.
Right, but the people who are actually doing and the initial scan, which, you know, we have to have people trained. That's what the policy is. They're not trained. So what are we doing to stop that? Because I mean, it's simple as you don't touch this machine. Maybe you'll have a code when you get the training, or you don't touch this machine, or you got a video, I'm sure, right on top. Nobody touches the machine unless they're trained. But yet, people are still stumbling over that process, which is, I know for you, Chief, it's simple to fix. You know, you write a few people up, and no one's ever going to touch it again. So it just continues now. You know, I would not want to leave a tool that we fought so hard for, that we all know makes a huge difference in stopping the violence and stopping the weapons coming in. And you know what? People are going to look from the outside and say, they can't even, they're violating their own rule. People are using it who are not trained. I mean, what are we doing to protect this?
So if I may, this is Chief Scott. So any occasion where a staff member is not trained or completely trained is being investigated, and associated discipline will be imposed where applicable. And also I would like to add that although training was paused during COVID, it has resumed. And we are making every effort, and we have an updated list that is available as of November 1st that lists every qualified person to have operated and supervised the body scanners. So we are not stumbling through this process. We are not struggling through this process. The system works, the staff are being trained, although that may have been paused during COVID. And anyone found to have operated or reviewed that wasn't properly trained will be investigated, and when necessary, discipline will be imposed. The Security Chief, Bureau Chief of Security has also issued memorandums and reminders to staff as well on what the process is, and that's been done subsequent to this issue. And the reminders are in place, and everyone is fully aware of what the process is.
And James, I just want to say that we added an extra layer of security where the tour commander will have to give the approval prior to the body scan, and it is their job to ensure that the supervisor, who is actually there supervising the utilization of the machine, and the correction officer must be on the list of trained personnel.
Okay, but guys, I mean, honestly, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but this conversation sounds like the same conversation we had last year, and the product is still coming out the same. So if that's not working, I think we should go back to the drawing board and figure out something that's going to work. You know, because losing this tool, I think, is horrible, and you know, it's just my, you know, I'm not in there, but it's from the outside looking in. We're having the same conversation a year later, and we're still making the same mistake. Maybe go in a different direction. Thank you.
So can I ask a question, Chief, just so I understand this? So from the period that we looked at, July through September, the 12 scans, have any of those scans been conducted by DOC staff that were not trained to use the system?
Maybe you have this finding.
I don't know the 12 existing separately.
You can get the information from it later.
I think that gets to what James is saying. Have we resolved issues that were identified over a year ago?
Other page, bottom. And then carry on to the next.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you ask me the question again, please?
Yes, our data shows that between July and September, the 12 admissions occurred, and our review of the data shows that officers are still conducting those scans that are not trained. So I want to get to the heart of it. In any of those 12 incidences, did any untrained, unqualified officers place decided to put somebody in to separation status? That goes to the heart of our concern. Our data says that untrained officers were involved. Like, we're still finding that.
So Stanley, thank you for the question. I understand everybody's concerns, and what I want you all to know is that we are addressing this because we take it very seriously as well. So the investigation division is involved, and as of November 2nd, these issues remain under investigation. They've conducted 24 MEO16s with different levels of staff, and expect to continue 13 more with 8 officers and 5 captains before they're able to finalize the investigation and any charges out of that investigation. There were several areas of concern that we did find the untrained officers utilizing the body scanner machines. Supervisors who failed to make certain that untrained officers not be placed on a post with body scanners, and also for failing to make sure that the staff that were there did have the training. Officers using other login credentials instead of their own, failure to log body scanner usage in logbooks, signatures and verification of body scanner usage by officers who did not in fact conduct the body scan search, and other IT issues. So while I don't have a conclusion to that investigation, when we recognized that this was still occurring, we took matters seriously and involved ID, and there will be appropriate discipline when this investigation is complete, and we'll be happy to report that out to the board.
Great. So do you feel, Commissioner, Thank you for that explanation and for that swift action. Do you feel that the steps you have taken and your staff have taken, that when we get to the next variance on this issue, that we will not see that reoccurring issue? Have you put in enough? Do you feel that you're responding enough appropriately, putting in enough safeguards that we are not going to come back to the next meeting with this as an issue, the untrained staff being involved and the myriad of issues you laid out, not documenting, using somebody else's code? Do you think we have a grasp of those issues now?
I think we have a grasp of those issues. It's always my belief that we're putting stopgap measures into place so that people don't make mistakes, but people make mistakes. And so we can't discipline our way out of this. We need to make sure that people have the training necessary, the support necessary. I cannot sit here and guarantee you that this will never happen again, but I can guarantee you that we will respond as we have in this instant appropriately and impose the correct discipline.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'd just like to comment that it's my understanding that the only reason you're aware of this is because we told you about it, that you're not even looking at this problem because you know that it's routine. You know you haven't trained people and you know you're having untrained people do it. So I hope you improve it, but it's not something like the department has engaged. The department is responsive to the board's identification over and over and over again that you are having untrained people do this, that you are having people use each other's identification for doing this. This is not a technical IT issue. This is a management issue.
So, Dr. Cohen, I take exception to you thinking what I do and what I do not know and what I'm aware of. We audit our own processes. We knew this occurred. It was not because you told us. We report to you on this matter. So while you do your own audits, we also identified this problem and we took action. So please don't assume to know what I know.
Are there other questions or comments or considerations that board members want to bring forward? I have
everybody should talk about it back.
Go ahead, please.
I think when our leaders, start, talking personal, I think then, being this is a public meeting, it should be offline.
Okay, I'm going. I appreciate your point.
Hi, can I speak, Camacho?
Sir, unfortunately, no, only during public comment period. Thank you. Can we just talk for a few minutes? I'd like to hear from the department its thoughts about the overall effectiveness of separation status. Just considering, yes, we've seen in most recent months that contraband has been recovered at a greater rate, but is this, in your opinion, the most effective? Or are you looking to continually improve upon this process, especially when we look at it as it's many ways, even if limited, a form of solitary confinement?
So, hi, this is Chief Scott again. Contraband recovered as of October 29th, from July 25th to October 29th, 144 dangerous contraband items were recovered, including scalpels and other bladed weapons as a direct result of the ionizing body scanners and separation status housing operations. 54 of these contraband items were recovered from individuals after separation status placement. 29 contraband items were recovered from individuals prior to a body scan, and 161 were recovered immediately after a body scan without the use of separation status.
Mm-hmm. So to answer your question, it is effective. if we can recover the contraband, that is our goal. We do not want weapons in our jails. We want to keep everyone safe. And so if someone is posed with the option of going through the body scan or giving up their weapon, we'd much rather have them just give up their weapon, and many choose to do so. The average length of stay in separation status is 1.5 days. And so most people, if they refuse a scan and they go into separation status, they quickly give up their weapon. Some dispose of it. We have had people dispose of it. So it is an effective tool, one that we give people the option. We know you have something, give it to us, and then we move on.
All right. Are there other questions? Jackie?
Yeah, I guess I want to follow up a little bit and maybe go a little deeper on the issues arising from incomplete training and just general oversight and quality assurance on the scans. And so I'd like to hear a little more specifically what steps the department is taking. And I understand you loud and clear, Commissioner, that the department is taking steps to assess and monitor the training situation, and I assume the accuracy of scan interpretation. Could someone from the department speak specifically to what the current state of that QA is, and how the department follows up and investigates the possibility of false positives and false negatives in scans?
Good morning. This is Patricia Feeney, the Deputy Commissioner for Quality Assurance and Integrity. My captains conduct audits in all of the facilities for the use of the body scanner on 3 days a week. We randomly select the days for each month, and we check to see if the correction officer and the captain were trained in radiation safety and the use of the body scanner. And then if the assistant deputy wardens who reviewed the scans for separation status received the image evaluation training. So that report is done each month. Any staff that utilize the body scanner or supervise the body scanner who are not trained, that list of names is forwarded to the investigations division, and they follow up and determine what disciplinary action needs to be taken for each of these events. So we get the updated list from Academy each month. So we make sure that we're checking against the most recent list to ensure that our staff are adequately staffed. Additionally, we make sure that all of the scans are in the logbook and that the logbook scans are legible. And that information is also reported out on.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. And how about on the actual reading of the scans? What is the review process to ensure that scans are being, I appreciate the steps that you're taking to assure that the staff who do the scans are trained. How are you following up to assure that they've made the right calls and that their readings of scans are accurate?
So this is Chief Jennings again. So Stutes and his staff at OSIU, he has a assistant deputy warden and 2 captains. So upon each initial placement, along with the paperwork, the scan is sent to those persons. They are actually reviewing the scan, and they're the ones who are given the approval to do all placements. And if they find that they review and there is an error or that they don't suspect that there's contraband on the person, then the person's placement will be denied. And that's done for each and every placement.
Thank you.
Are there other board members who would like to make a comment or raise a question? Okay. Before we move forward in the voting process, one of the public speakers, Francis Gatellis, and again, Gatellis, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. I understand that this person is now back, and I just want to give Francis an opportunity to be heard if you still would like to speak. So if so, please raise your hand. Please raise your
How do I raise my hand?
Are you there? Yeah. You're here. You're here. You can begin speaking. You're here. You're here. You can begin speaking.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I would calling to ask not agree to the variances. I mean, like some that we're asking you to end some people not to be taken. And one of the things that disturbs me a great deal about this process of variances, multiple times that you agree to the variance, it seems to me that if you actually do it and start to eliminate military requirement as honest you do, that every time they come up and say, oh, do it again, you will agree to that, in which your new rules would be meaningless. So I think that you have to deal with that. You're going to, as you end solitary confinement in the facility, but the fact is, and it's not to end without you constantly giving permission, new rules to that. So that's one of the reasons that I think that the way in which the keeps showing us that your rules don't have impact. And the other thing I wanted to address was your variance related to people in the to keeping young at HU, and that is the notion that you keep them there because they don't want to go to class. That may be valuable, or there may be reason they don't want to class. Maybe it's valuable. There's no context there from the view why they don't go to that class, why they and you can't just because they're negative. You have to be talking to them. Happening another one of these indications of it that simply says the only thing we can do is punish. So in this case, you're being asked, if people in class, then we want to keep them in stricter solitary confinement. That doesn't psychological point of view. Really, to get the behavior to change, then it's to be talked, to be created.
Yes.
See any sign of that happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to move forward with the vote. Before we do so, I just want to.
Can I say something before we move forward? This is James Perino.
Yes.
Okay, with the finding weapons, I just want to. It's a tool that the commissioner really has the responsibility to keeping people safe. She needs this tool just like the board needs this tool to keep people safe. people aren't being disciplined by going in this area for a day. They're just being taken out of the procedure until they give up the weapon. So it's really up to them to give up what's making that thing ring. So I think it's really important before we vote to really keep that in focus. It's not punitive. We're not disciplining somebody. The commissioner has the responsibility of keeping people safe. And in 27 years of corrections, I've seen more than I would like to see that I just still in my head of people's, faces just cut open with weapons that we weren't able to detect, and now we can. So it's a stumble with who's utilizing the machine, but I believe, and I just want to get it out there, that this procedure keeps people safe. People can go home to their families the way they're supposed to, not maimed for life. And it's not a discipline. Once they give up the weapon, they automatically get out. I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to move forward. We need to talk about the conditions that are currently exist and need to hear if there are any additional conditions. Before we do that, I just want to quickly make a statement that I just don't want any more time to go forward. During the public comment period, we heard from one person a statement threatening violence. I understand and appreciate the pain and the agony that person is rightfully experiencing. But I do want it to be noted that the board does not condone, does not embrace any acts or threats of violence concerning any one individual, any person. There are 15 conditions on the existing variance, on the variance as it stands right now. We need to read those conditions into the record. They would serve as a package. Meg, just help me to appreciate if there are any additional conditions, would they be entertained separately, or first do we need to hear the first 15?
I believe we can take them all together. Bennett, is that correct? I think the one additional condition is to limit to 2 months. Is that?
Right. And so I will let you know that I, for all of these variances, I have been considering a 3-month variance at the longest. Bobby has requested a 2-month variance instead of a 6-month. So we can begin there. Are there any other conditions people would like to consider? All right, not hearing any, I would ask you, Meg, to read the existing conditions and add the 16th.
Sure. So, okay, condition number 1. All newly admitted people in custody shall receive medical and mental health intake per minimum standard section 3-04 prior to body scan. Condition 2, the department shall place a person in separation status only if the person 1 has a positive body scan or 2 refuses a body scan. Condition 3, the department shall A, house people in separation status within 4 hours of a positive scan or refusal to scan, absent extenuating circumstances, which shall be documented and communicated to the board in each instance. B, notify CHS of each person placed into and or released from separation status upon the conclusion of each tour. Each notification is to include a notification to pharmacy and mental health and individual specific information, i.e. name and book and case number. For people released from separation status, DOC shall provide CHS with the person's new housing location. C, CHS shall provide daily medical and mental health rounds to people housed in separation status and shall have the authority to determine if any person should be removed for clinical evaluation or treatment. D, institute 1 correction officer to 1 person in custody observation of each person throughout placement in separation status and fully document such observation. E, Provide opportunities for regular visiting and attorney visiting by a secure video conferencing system. F, the department shall consult with the Office of Court Administration on producing people in separation status to court and shall produce any person the court orders to be present. If the court requests that the person not be produced, the department shall, to the extent possible, enable the person to participate in his court proceeding through a secure video conferencing system. Condition 4. When a person remains in separation status for 72 hours, the chief of department, the bureau chief of security, and the GRVC warden shall meet to develop an individualized plan for moving the person out of separation status. The committee shall meet and develop a plan every 72 hours until the person is moved out of separation status. The department shall provide each written plan to the board within 1 business day of the committee's meeting. 5. Upon request, loose legal materials shall be provided to people in separation status. This shall include legal mail and law library requests. The department may institute limits on the number of loose leaf pages a person may have in the person's cell at any given time. 6. The department shall afford 1 hour per day of indoor recreation for people in separation status. Recreation will be provided on the housing unit in a closed space, but outside of the person's assigned cell. Recreation space shall include appropriate recreation equipment. 7. The department shall not limit the number or duration of confidential calls to attorneys, the Board of Correction, the Department of Investigation, or any other monitoring body. 8. Signs shall be posted at intake to advise individuals in custody that they can, 1, make complaints about body scanners body scanning to DOC's Office of Constituent and Grievance Services, or 311, and 2, upon release from DOC custody, request the total accumulated radiation exposure from all body scans of that person conducted during the incarceration. 9. By the next business day of a person's placement in and release from separation status, the department shall provide the board access to all supporting documentation related to the person's placement and release. The department shall provide the board with a monthly public report on the implementation of separation status. The requirements for the notification and report are outlined in Appendix A hereto. 10. The department shall offer a daily opportunity to body scan to each person in separation status and document such offers. 11. The department shall provide access to newspapers and magazines. The department may limit the number of newspapers and magazines that a person may have in a cell at any one time. 12. All staff operating or supervising scanners shall have completed radiation safety and body scanner operations training. All staff reviewing and approving separation status placements and removals shall have completed training on image evaluation, i.e. body scanner operator training, which includes training on image evaluation or other image evaluation training. 13. Upon placement, all people in separation status shall be provided with verbal and written information on how to access services, all restrictions to services while in the unit, the right to a daily scan, the potential risks of ingesting or secreting contraband, and the right to individualized counseling on those risks and an assessment by clinical staff in a clinical setting. This information shall be readily available. This information shall be readily available in separation status unit in both English and Spanish and any other language the department deems necessary. 14, by April 3rd, 2020, the department shall issue an updated directive and train all relevant staff on updated policies. 15, the department shall provide access to media via phone calls. Media interviews via phone shall be scheduled via requirements of minimum standard 1-14B and DOC's media access policy. And this variance would be limited to 2 months under the proposed condition.
Thank you. And I just want to quickly ask again if there are other conditions that board members would like to present.
I think the board should issue some additional conditions here because this is a very, very severe restrictive unit with a major technology which can have serious radiation effects if it were to go wrong. And we have reviewed the failure to train month after month after month, and there are no consequences. So we give variances. The department does not meet the variance, and we say, fine, go ahead. And additionally, the decision by members of the ESU to use this area as a, I forget the term, as a satellite receiving room. We did not set this unit up to be a satellite receiving unit. Did not go through all this to have a satellite receiving unit for the department in GRVC. And GRVC is going to be the center of all punitive actions in the department soon. And everyone should know that they cannot use this terrible place, very restrictive place at their whim. So I would propose two conditions, which is that if a management level employee of the Department of Correction allows scanning to be performed or reading of scans to be performed by someone who is not trained, there should be disciplinary consequences. That's the first.
Hey, Bobby, can I interrupt you?
Yes, of course, Michael.
Can you alter that a little bit? Can you say, because they've shown us that they are not playing up, James was very eloquent in his discussion, which I agree with, about the importance of the scanners. I've been outspoken about that for many years.
I agree with you. That's the need for that.
But the issue of untrained individuals is, I think, upsetting to everybody on the phone. And can't we say, if there comes an occasion, someone used the word mistake, if there comes an occasion where this happens again, can we say that the variance is suspended and you can't do it until the next board meeting? Like, can't we? And I'm a party of one here. Can't we consider serious actions on behalf of the board if the practice of allowing non-trained individuals to conduct these scans and to review these scans in a way that it's so serious the department is really not going to let it happen? Because if it does happen, the program is suspended.
I would retract my suggestion and support that, Michael.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's, Bobby, if you would restate the conditions so that we all have a clear language.
Okay, so I will just have one condition, which would be if the department violates our variance, their variance, by allowing untrained personnel to be involved in the admission or discharge process through the scanner to the separation status unit, that the variance be withdrawn until the department demonstrates it has cured this problem. Is that consistent with what you were saying, Michael?
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear? It's Dr. Safir?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you?
Yes.
Okay. I totally support what Michael was saying, and what how we face these issues. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we have a variance request. I'm going to ask with now two proposed conditions. One is limiting the time period to 2 months, and the second would result in, if there's any misuse without training, then it will be subject to kind of a cease and desist. The variance ends. And so I need a motion to vote on these conditions.
So move.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All right. Would the department like to respond to the conditions, the existing and the proposed conditions?
No comment.
Okay.
Jennifer, I
There
think we
being no,
need to vote on the new conditions and then everything together.
okay. That's what I was asking you before. Good deal. Okay.
Yep, sorry.
So now we have two new conditions. May I hear a motion for them to be voted on?
So moved.
Seconded by,
Second.
all right. I'll go through the roll call, beginning with Bobby,
Yes.
Jackie,
Just to clarify, are we voting
on the
together
two
on
conditions to consider, to add the conditions.
I vote yes.
Okay, Felipe,
Yes.
Stanley,
Yes.
James, James. Okay,
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
okay. Michael
Yes.
and Steve.
Support, yes.
And I support as well. All right, and now we need to vote on the existing conditions.
Yes, and then Bennett's telling me, and then a third vote on everything together.
Okay,
Sorry.
all right, existing conditions. Felipe,
Yes.
Bobby,
Yes.
Jackie,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Stanley, Steve,
Support,
James,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. And now we have to vote on all of the conditions. And are we also voting on the variance itself or just the conditions?
The whole thing. The variance with all of the conditions.
Conditions. This is the vote.
This is the vote.
Okay, good deal. So may I have a motion to consider the variance with all 17 conditions?
So moved.
Seconded by, have a second?
Second.
Okay. Time for the vote. Stanley,
Yes.
Bobby,
Yes.
Jackie,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Stephen,
support,
James,
Yes.
Franco,
Yes.
and I vote yes. The variance carries 2-month variance. All right, let us now move to the next variance request. Young adult ESH secure. Meg?
Yep. The department has requested a 6-month renewal of a variance to operate enhanced supervision housing for young adults. The board first granted this variance in July of 2017 and has consistently renewed it. The department has also requested a 6-month renewal of a variance to operate the secure unit. The board first granted this variance in May 2017 and has also consistently renewed it. We will discuss these variances together today. The department's variance request proposes amendments to the progression criteria for each unit. The current variance requires the department to progress a young adult from one level to the next at each review period, so long as he is not engaged in violence, broken rules or regulations, and or there is credible intelligence that he will commit violence in a less restrictive unit. The board required the rebuttable presumption of progression after finding that the periodic reviews were not resulting in progression and young adults were languishing in these units for long periods of time. The department now believes that young adults are not engaging in programming in these restrictive housing areas because it is not required in order to progress. Thus, they are seeking an amendment to the progression criteria to require young adults meaningfully engage in programming in order to progress from level 2 and level 3. Overall, as of July 31st, 2020, there had been 369 young adult placements into ESH since September of 2016, when young adults were first placed in ESH. Between May and July of 2020, There were 15 young adult placements into ESH. Of the 15 placements, 73% were placed into a level 1 restraint unit and 27% were placed into level 2. The average time spent in ESH by these 10 young adults was 26 days. The minimum was 5 days and the maximum was 95 days. The most common exit reason during this period was progressing out of young adult ESH. 11 young adults exited between May and July of 2020. Of these 11, 10 progressed out of the housing area and 1 was transferred out of the housing area for security or medical reasons. The average length of stay in ESH for the young adults who left ESH between May and July of 2020 was 57 days. The minimum was 16 days and the maximum was 83. 18 young adults spent time in a restraint desk unit and exited ESH between May 2020 and July 2020. These 18 young adults spent an average of 18 days in a restraint desk unit. The median days spent in a restraint desk unit was 21 days. The minimum was less than 24 hours and the max was 49 days. Between May and July of 2020, 61 reviews were conducted for 25 young adults. 49% of these reviews did not result in a progression. Of the 30 reviews which did not result in progression to a less restrictive unit, 19 cited violent aggressive behavior, willfully disregarding rules and regulations. 5 cited willfully disregarding rules and regulations. 4 cited willfully disregarding rules and regulations and aggressive behavior, and 2 cited credible intelligence. Although the department's reviews noted reasons for non-progression that aligned with the board's variance conditions, the reviews did not provide detailed descriptions of specific acts of violence, aggressive behaviors, rule violations, or the credible intelligence obtained by the department that required the youth to be held in the more restrictive unit. Board staff also reviewed the department's use of the secure unit. As of October 1, 2020, there were 10 young adults in secure. By July 31st of 2020, DOC had placed 188 unique young adults in secure for a total of 262 placements since July of 2016 when the unit opened. During the past year, from August 1, 2019 to August 1, 2020, the proportion of young adults housed in secure doubled, increasing from 2 to 4%. This is a result of the more frequent use of secure alongside overall decrease in the young adult population in the jail. Of the 107 periodic reviews in secure, 85% resulted in a recommendation for progression, up from 77% in the previous 5-month period analyzed. From March to July of 2020, there were 46 exits from secure, up from 33 in the previous 5 months. Nearly half of the exits were due to the young adult completing all phases of secure. Time placement increased since the board's analysis of February 2020 data. The average time in placement for the 25 young adults still insecure as of July 31st of 2020 was 51 days, up from 42 days in February of 2020. I will now turn it to the department to present their variance requests.
Good morning. I'm Warden G. Renee, Commanding Officer of the Otis Banner Correctional Center. Pursuant to Section 115 of the New York City Board of Corrections Minimum Standards, New York City Department of Correction requests a 6-month limited variance renewal from Board Minimum Standards 1-16 C12, which requires the young adults ages 18 to 21 to be excluded from placement in enhanced supervision housing. The department requests this renewal to take effect November 20th, 2020, the date upon which the current variance is set to expire.
All right, we will begin the discussion on the requested variance. If first I have a approved motion to do so, I am asking for motion to consider the variance request concerning commingling. Concerning ESH, excuse me.
So moved.
Thank you. Seconded? Do I have a second? Second the motion.
Second.
All right. The floor is now open for debate, consideration of this motion.
We're talking about which, the ESH.
I would like to ask. Go ahead, Bobby.
Well, I just want to clarify because it has not been clear from the information that we've been getting. The department is asking for 2 changes in the ESH right now. They want to be able to require participation in programs for progression, and or is that the only new issue? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to comment on this. ESH exists as a variance, not as part of our rule, because when we made the rule to end solitary confinement for young people, we did not want to have young adults in ESH because we were concerned that it would be a very restrictive unit with no end in sight for people. The board has done great work, and the department has been supportive of continuously limiting the amount of time people were spending in ESH and in increasing the rapidity in which they progress to less restrictive units. Nonetheless, ESH has created a situation in which, although today I think there may be no one in it, a month ago when the board prepared for this resolution, there were people in the ESH1. It has created, for the past 3 years, a situation where young adults, emerging adults, are continuously subject to shackling, to humiliation, to degradation. This is not okay. So I fundamentally believe that the board should remove this variance. We should not have ESH available for young adults, but we should expand the secure for people who commit violent acts, whether they are violent acts including violent acts that have serious repercussions. I certainly do not think that we should reverse the movement that as the department is proposing, which is to make it hard, allow the department to keep people in these areas longer for failure to progress by cooperating with the training program, with the programming that the department is offering. That's particularly true in this time of COVID, when civilian staff aren't coming and there's no programming going on. But it was true even before that. We should not, if people don't commit any do not violate the conditions that have currently existed, they should be allowed to progress. So I would definitely vote against the condition, but I do want the board to have a vote today, giving us the chance to end the shackling. And I know we talked about this so many times, and we've been in rulemaking, we've put it off and we've put it off and we've put it off, and we can't put it off anymore. We're not talking about just a random group of people who are occasionally having a bracelet on their leg. We're talking about Black and Latinx men in shackles, in chains, and we're going to end this through the solitary confinement rulemaking, but that has been delayed for years now. So I propose that we end ESH, 1 certainly, and really, and end shackling by April of 2021.
So I just want to be clear on what it is that you're proposing, and then of course we want to hear from other members of the board and also from DOC. I just want to be clear. First and foremost, you are in this moment putting forth for consideration the ending of ESH.
The ESH is always on the table as a variance. I will be voting against continuing ESH.
Okay, because I just want to make sure, because that's also part of, that's part and parcel of rulemaking for us as well.
No, absolutely, Jennifer.
Okay.
I understand.
All right. I just want to be clear on that. And then what you are, right, and then what you were also saying is that if it is in the alternative, a condition be placed on the variance that shackling will be ended by April 2021. And thirdly, that there not be a requirement for programming, for participation in programming for persons to progress through ESH. Is that correct?
Much more clearly stated than I did. Absolutely correct.
No, I just want to be certain.
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. Are there others who would like to comment on these proposals or others before we ask DOC to respond?
I want to make a comment. For the last few weeks, I had a chance to learn more about the programming that is available to young adults. And I think philosophically and in theory, they actually are doing the right interventions, commending the Department of Corrections for investing in the elective behavioral therapy, mindfulness, and journaling as interventions that could help young people control their emotions and behavior. I think it's just wrong from a philosophical perspective and even from a science perspective to believe that the threat of punishment is going to help someone engage in treatment better. I think it counters what the Department of Corrections intends to do. Their focus should be on focusing on these young adults that actually show the most violence and wrapping them with services and supports that are of an individual matter that could really get them to engage. There's no magic bullet in threatening someone to make them behave better, particularly when the mission of the department is to allow young people or adults to engage in better prosocial activities and behaviors.
Thank you. Are there others who would like to comment or put forth any proposals, positions to be considered? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. My only concern is nobody likes these desks. I don't like these desks. But if we're ending punitive segregation, we're ending locking people in a cell for 23 hours, and we don't, I believe the desks are a Band-Aid right now because the department needs something. They need something to separate these individuals that have for propensity of violence. They need something. They should have a building, a structure that is set up in such a way that the department will be able to separate each individual who can possibly hurt another person. But without that, if we take away the desk, and we say you can't do segregation, both things I agree with, then we endanger people who are just trying to go home and don't want to have violence. They just want to go home to their families. So the department needs some kind of tool. We can't just say, keep people safe, but you can't have any tools. So, I mean, I just want to put out my experience out there that, I wish we could build a new facility, and I'm hoping these new facilities that are built in such a way that they could separate individuals without isolating them. I mean, all around the state, I've seen, jails that actually were able to accomplish that. We don't, because our jails were built in 1973, or 78. They're old facilities. There's a lot more technology out there. But just to say, all right, we're not going to do the desk, and I understand people's feelings, and I respect that, but the department needs a tool to keep people safe also. And if we take away that, people can get hurt, and then it's something that we have to think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there others who want to comment, respond, raise some proposals?
I'd just like to respond to James's comments right now, which is I agree with him that the department needs some other way to support people, particularly in those moments right after they've been involved in a violent event. It's not the way the department actually thinks, because people who are in restraint desks, who are adults, have already spent 30 days in solitary confinement, and then they're going to be placed in restraint desks that are kept there for long periods of time, just as long-term punishment. I mean, I agree that that there needs to be a safe place for people who have just committed a violent act where they've hurt people, where they can be safe and where they will not endanger anybody else. And Secure is the kind of unit that could do this. We've been talking about this for a long time. And if the department wanted to, the department can do something if they want. They will have beds in the Manhattan House. Where they can bring other people and open up beds in NYC right now for the very, very, very few people who are in ESH1 restraint status right now. I mean, that number has been tiny, fortunately. I mean, really, they don't even need it. They don't have anybody in it right now. But if they need it, it could be in NIC.
And I would like to just make a quick comment. And I think it's based on the fact, I think we have to recognize some of the progress the department has made over time, right? The fact that Bobby's saying, look, there's nobody in level 1 now. That is great. So the question I would have for the department is twofold. One, Bobby's suggestion about expanding Secure as an alternative to level 1 in EHS. Will that work for the department? And two, has EHS worked for young adults, given the fact that we don't have anybody in level 1 right now? Have you seen a reduction in incidents with young adults that positions the department right now to say we don't need ESH level 1 because we've seen such a change that we could use Secure as an alternative? So it's a twofold question, and it's an acknowledgement of the department's reduced use of ESH for young people. The fact that young people have been progressing out of it. So I just want to make that statement and ask that question.
All right. Are there any other comments or questions? There are several that are being presented to the commissioner and the department. Are there any others coming from the board? Commissioner?
Hey, it's Michael.
Oh, Michael.
Hey, just before the commissioner goes, I just want to say I support Bobby's approach. I think it's time.
Commissioner?
Thank you. I'm going to try to go in order of how this was brought up, and I want to first talk about the requirement for our young folks to engage in programming. So the department has a $20 million budget to provide programs within the agency, and we have a city council law that states that we must provide 5 hours of programming to individuals in custody. We know that in this population, the young adults, that their brains are not fully developed. In fact, that's the very reason why we have housed differently and that we're working with them differently, and everybody agrees to that. So by failing to include the ability for the unit team, the multidisciplinary team, to consider program engagement for the very ones the research says aren't capable yet of making rational decisions all the time, especially when they've just committed an act of violence, I think is not following the science, it's not following the research, and it's not following what we're all saying about how we treat young adults. So those individuals who continue to engage in violent behavior, assaulting staff, slashings, permanently disfiguring other people, refusing to follow the rules, that decision whether or not to engage in programs should not totally be left up to them. Yes, the counselors have to engage them. Yes, the counselors have to work with them to find the most appropriate program to mitigate the risks. But sometimes we all have to do things that we don't want to do, but it's in our best interest. And for anybody who has raised children, there's oftentimes children just firmly say, no, I'm not doing that, particularly teenagers. And as parents, we don't say, okay, well, you don't want to do it, then we're not going to let you do it. The threat of punishment, I agree with Felipe, the threat to punish people does not get them to engage, and that includes our staff as well. It doesn't help them to be better or behave better. It doesn't work for anybody. However, we're not asking for the requirement to engage to absolutely move forward. It is for our program staff to consider program engagement in the progression. So ultimately, we want everyone to engage in programming that addresses the risks and needs that have been identified by their case manager, that will not only get to the cause of the root behavior, but get them to start thinking about changing their lives and what got them there in the first place. That's number one. Number
If we
two,
proceed, if I may I just want to understand, did you say that you are not mandating program participation, it would be not even a consideration. It's something that would be built into the planning, but it's not being mandated, as you're not requesting this, that it be mandated as part of the variance for progression.
I believe the variance is written that program participation is a consideration for advancement of the levels.
Consideration, not condition.
That's correct. That's my understanding. With regard to the desks, being a member of the Elimination of Punitive Segregation Committee, I know what's contained in that letter. We know from history that we can't take something away without having a plan for an alternative. I think we should let the group work within that framework of what was proposed in that recommendation. The whole point of the committee was to be very thoughtful and come up with a real alternative that keeps everyone safe. And I think this new condition of eliminating the desks without conversation of DOC and the board is not consistent with that. And I just want to clarify something. I said $20 million for program. It's actually $39 million. So that's a significant amount of money that the department uses to develop programs and deliver it. And we should have folks be taking advantage of it. With regard to expanding secure in lieu of the desks, that requires SCOC approval. We would have to cost that out. That is construction. Currently, we don't have the room to expand secure at this time without a plan to do that. And without an SCOC approval to do that and space to do that, we would not be able to be in compliance with that condition of a variance.
Commissioner, if I may just quickly ask a question, and it takes me back to this, the question concerning consideration versus condition. How would that consideration be applied so that it is objective and is not considered dispositive or determinative with respect to progression? If it is a consideration, how would it be applied that it would not be an absolute determinative consideration and decision?
That's a good question. I'm not going to speak for every case, but I'll give you a generalization. So it would be up to the case management personnel to conduct a risk assessment with the individual in that unit and to work with them to identify the risks that caused the behavior in the first place. And then to determine jointly, what are the programs that are available that could help you mitigate the cause of that behavior? Because that's ultimately what we want to do. We don't want to just stop the behavior. We don't want to just isolate the behavior temporarily. We want to get to the root cause of it and then put something in place in that young person's life to change the trajectory that they're on. Now, we can recommend programs, but as you know, COVID has restricted our ability to deliver all of our programs. And so if the young person and the case manager were to decide, I'm going to engage in program A, and then unfortunately we had to shut down programming for a while because of a resurgence of cases or someone getting sick, then we would not be punishing the individual for not being in that program. We would take that into consideration and say, look, we know you wanted to engage. In lieu of that program, you did A, B, and C, and we believe that that has really affected you in a positive way, and we're going to give you credit for that, and we're going to move you forward. That combined with your behavior while you're here, your willingness to follow the rules, your willingness to display pro-social behavior, all gets you to move along to the next level. As opposed to mandatory program where if you don't participate, you don't move. That's not how the variance is written. We're asking to be able to consider it in progressing someone up a level.
Thank you. Are there other questions, comments?
I have a question. I just say I don't understand the difference between consideration and requirement. I believe that you understand the difference.
I guess I just have a thought.
Oh, go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah.
Jackie?
Yeah, I think I just had a concern that was sort of along the same lines that, Commissioner, as you're describing the, yes, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my concern, thank you. My concern is that as the consideration is being described, it sounds like it leaves a lot of discretion in the hands of the counselors. And I guess I have a concern, especially at this time when, as stated, the full array of programming is not available, that the discretion could be exercised inequitably, and it could really disadvantage some and not others. And I fully support the push to maximize young people's engagement in programming. I just continue to have a concern about the it could well be an unintended consequence, but that the consequence of adding this as a consideration in the advancement process could have a punitive impact on some young people in ESH.
So Jackie, thank you for that. Before I let Assistant Commissioner Torres speak directly to some of this, I do want to say that you start off with the assumption then that the staff will be acting nefariously when in fact the staff really want to help these young people move. And so the young person is involved with the multidisciplinary team review. They have input into their own movement. Those notes and the decisions are articulated. And so what we're talking about is a hypothetical at this point in time, but I'll let AC Torres speak more directly to it. But this is something that we believe is going to help the young person affect their trajectory into a positive behavior, not negative behavior.
And with all due respect, Commissioner, my perspective is not to assume nefarious intent on behalf of any department staff. It is simply to say that regardless of intent, the impact on young people who have varying levels of participation or engagement could be inequitable, and the impact on some could be punitive.
Good morning. Thank you, board member chairman, for posing to us some of your questions and some of your concerns. I think that we should share with you something that happens between the counseling staff assigned to whether it is ESH or the secure unit and the young adult. And that is that when the young adult is transferred into any of these housing areas, the young adult has a one-on-one meeting with the counselor and is in addition welcomed by the members of the support team to receive an orientation. And there is a driving document that is filled or completed by the young adult with the assistance of a counseling staff. And that is what is called an individual support plan. And the young adult who is assigned to any of those two housing areas, and I will give you some dates in a moment, right now is responsible and drives his own support plan.
What do we mean by that? I think that something that we wanted was to further empower that young adult. You know, traditionally, since we implemented these housing areas, the counselor and the young adult will discuss short-term and long-term goals. And now what we are doing is, number one, training the young adult to really understand what SMART goals are. Also having the young adult work in identifying his short-term as well as long-term goals in order for us to prepare a 5-hour program plan that meets those needs as well as those goals. So when we talk about the kid being engaged in programming, what we want and what we look at is that ISP, meaning individual support plan, and how he meets those short-term and long-term goals. Thank you.
If I could ask, when we review the documents, the progression and non-progression documents, we do not find ISPs in many of those documents. Do all of the people who've been in ESH1 have ISPs? Because we don't see that information in the reviews.
Hi, Dr. Coyne. Pleasure speaking to you. Any kid who is assigned to ESH, YA-ESH, and to the secure unit, within 7 days, he works with the program counselor or the counseling team to ensure that his individual support plan is completed. And we take it a step further. Right now, under the new leadership of Executive Director McCarthy, who is leading our counseling and social services unit, we have already integrated the individual support plan, even in our commingled housing areas. We have also developed a transition between any of our program counselors or counseling staff who are assigned to these dedicated units to ensure that that transitional plan continues and moves with the young adults, as that young adult is returned back into general population. Because we want and we are obligated to ensure that he meets those short-term and long-term goals.
Well, you know, I have been party to some of these conversations. I have not been party to others of these conversations. It has been my understanding that it is the department's belief that the longer time they have people in ESH, the more programming they can provide them, the better they will be, and that this change in the ESH progression requirement is designed specifically to increase the amount of time that people spend in ESH. But that's what I think. I do think that that the department cannot is not reading our minds, and we're not talking about it being nefarious. This is what we've been told. I would also like to get back to the construction issue. I mean, the department has gone to SEOC to create more restraint desks in GRVC. They've requested and received a variance because they had to get a variance from SEOC to make something as inhumane as restraint chairs available in ESH. And as the department knows, these restraint chairs will only be operated with the approval of every person who's placed in a restraint chair will have to be approved by CHS for being healthy enough to be in a restraint chair. There are going to be a lot of beds in MDC that are going to be open up where you can safely put people who you're currently safely put young men who are currently housed in restraint status in GRVC. I placed it April. If you think it would take you to May to get this started, I would change my recommendation to May. But we have all, including your committee, have agreed to end restraints, and the delays that have characterized this process have put us into a situation where we cannot we have to act. at this point. So I respect, James, that your concerns that the department have the physical capacity to put people who they need to isolate. The fundamental notion of the revised approach to eliminating solitary confinement is to assure that there will be separation, not punishment, for people who need to be separated. But there's no need to wait forever on this one, as we have been. And there are very few people. You almost don't need anything. You'll have almost no requirement for restraining a young adult. So I urge the board to vote to end this process by April.
Okay.
Dr. Cohen, if I could go back to one of your statements. The Division of Programs and Community Partnerships does not intend in asking for this consideration to prolong a young adult's stay in ESH or the secure unit. What the division and the members that are assigned to those units would like to see is that that young adult, in meeting with the staff and completing an individual support plan, owns his goals, whether they're short or long term, and that he really understands that some of the behavior that is exhibited, which makes them enter any of these units, needs to be addressed. Dr. Cohen, if you remember, when we first rolled out the secure unit, as well as young adults ESH, programming was indeed a criteria. Involvement in programming and what was prescribed was taken into account, and by no means did any of our staff use that to prolong the stay of the kid. We are committed to ensuring that the young adult is returned to general population as soon as he achieves those goals, and we're not moving away from it. But in order for that kid to return with the necessary tools to be successful, not just in GP, but also to be successful when he is re-entering the community, we really need him to work. And we need him to work on those short and long-term goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional comments?
Yeah, I want to make a comment. I mean, I'm actually, again, commend the department for their investment in programs, and Ms. Torres for your commitment and everyone's to help young people develop new skills. We have them in life. The challenge that I have, that I actually mentioned before, is that I'm not clear. We are asking young people to do things that we are not asking ourselves. Until I can clearly understand or see a commitment by everyone in the department, including uniformed staff, to actually put into practice the skills you want to teach, like through chain analysis and so forth, it's hard to ask young people to do the same. And we know that actually to reinforce that kind of young people, everyone has to be on the same page. It cannot just be the programming team, it cannot just be the commissioner, it has to be everyone. And when that happens, we know as a fact that young people get more motivated to change.
Thank you. Are there other additional questions, comments? Hearing none, I first want to seek some clarification from members of the board. So what we are considering at this moment is a variance for ESH Secure. And the board has proposed additional requirements, conditions / considerations. One being the consideration around program participation in order to advance. The second is language that speaks to not progressing forward, making clear that any act of violence would keep one from progressing forward. We have not talked about that, but that is an additional provision that has been provided in this variance. Bobby raised two additional questions and concerns. One concerning shackling, and then an overall concern/consideration about continuing with this variance at all. And so before we move to vote on any of the conditions, I first need clarification, and I'm going to look to you, Meg, and Bennett to help me appreciate, since there has been put on the floor a consideration or a suggestion that we not even consider this variance any longer. Do we first look at each of the conditions that have been presented, or do we take a vote on whether we should be approving the variance or not? Or do we take a vote on each of the conditions as presented, both by the board and by board members concerning shackling, and also the 3-month condition that I put forward concerning all of them? Do we vote on each condition and then come back to the overall vote?
So I think, and Bennett, please jump in. I think we consider the new conditions, and then the existing variant. If we consider the new conditions and any old conditions, and then again as a full package. Bennett?
Okay.
Yep, that's right.
Good deal. Okay, so let's first begin with the conditions that have been presented by the board. And I just need to pull up the language for the second one, which we've not talked about. So the first condition concerns program participation. And everybody, I believe, has heard that condition and has now heard the department's response to it. So let's first vote on the condition as to whether we agree or disagree, or will move forward with a condition that program participation be a consideration when it comes to advancement through and out of ESH. May I have a motion to consider on that condition? Is there a motion?
I'm just confused about whether that is a condition that's being proposed, or I guess I don't understand quite what the condition is, because the proposal to include programming as a consideration, I thought, was part of the variance request.
Right, and that was what I was actually getting to, and I was asking the question. Given that it is something they had submitted a new variance,
yeah.
If we take the variance as they have submitted it with the 2 additional changes and we vote it down, we are voting down ESH and the use of it in its entirety. We don't even get into the shackles conversation. We don't get into the 3 months. That was my point.
I see. Bennett, I'm going to need a little help on this one. So
currently the condition that's in place does not allow them to consider programming participation in their progression decisions. And so I think that what you all should consider is an amendment to that current condition, which would allow them to consider program participation in their progression decisions.
Or is that alternatively, the variance as presented, we can vote that we will vote on the condition without that additional
That's right.
condition or consideration. And keep in mind, there's also a second that we haven't talked about. The second makes more explicit the language. Let's see, where is it? Because we should read that. Meg, do you have that? Can you pull that up very quickly or no?
you're asking about Bobby's condition regarding shackling?
No. In the variance that has now been submitted, that we're actually considering, there is the program participation, and then there is the change in language.
Sorry, yes. It's all, so the proposed language in the request is is an amendment to a condition in the existing variance. And I'll read the drafted, the condition, the proposed condition as drafted. At each such 21-day review, so sorry, this is for levels 2 and 3. At each such 21-day review, a young adult shall advance to a less restrictive level or unit unless 1, the young adult has engaged in violence, and or 2, there is credible intelligence that the young adult may engage in additional violence in a less restrictive unit, and or 3, he has willfully disregarded rules and regulations that threaten facility safety or security due to the nature or persistence of the action, and or 4, there is a determination by the multidisciplinary team that the person willfully failed to participate in program as specified in the person's individual behavior support plan during the current review period. The department shall conduct this evaluation in consultation with the ESH interdisciplinary team and shall specify the reasons and facts for such determination. Does that help?
That helps. Just, you know, to be clear, so that what the board is proposing is updating the continuation of ESH, updating the progression criteria to include more clarity on the seriousness of a rule violation that could lead to non-progression and the need to adequately document such rule violation. This is the change about progression and violence. The change would be from he has willfully disregarded rules and regulations, and these instances reported and documented, to is willfully disregarded rules and regulations that threaten facility, security, safety, or security due to the nature or persistence of the action. So there are 2 amendments being proposed.
I would like to clarify. I mean, we do not propose a variance. The department proposes a variance. This is not our variance. This is their variance.
Correct.
Usually, at this point, we are reviewing an existing variance and maybe or maybe not adding conditions to it. However, in this case, we are not reviewing an existing variance. We're reviewing a new variance, which is different from the previous variance, and we had no capacity to understand what was. I found it very difficult to understand what the board was being asked to vote on. It's being clarified right now because we have to. So these are amendments to the variance, which the department has played. This is a new variance that the department has presented. They've had discussions with the board about this, but that they have presented. So do they want to accept the, you know, isn't the process that the department has to accept an amendment to their variance? I mean, I thought that
first we need to actually agree that we are proposing one. So let's just wipe the slate. Let's begin with the fact that this variance is set to expire. And so what the board has presented, let's treat it this way. The board has presented a new variance. It is not a continuation of an existing variance. They have the department. The department has presented a new variance for consideration. And that
Jennifer, this is Brenda. We've presented a request for a variance renewal with a modification to condition number 7, which is what you were just reading. So we presented a renewal request of an existing variance, but are seeking a modification of one of the existing conditions.
And let's just be clear, is it 1 or is it 2?
It's 1 condition, and it's the 2 changes you described.
That's what I'm saying, it's 2 changes.
2 changes to the 1 existing condition. So 1 existing condition has several parts, which you just read through. And we're asking for some modification to the subparts of what is condition number 7 in the document I'm looking at, which was the record of variance action from July.
Okay, so let's do this. And I'm sorry for it being so complicated. I just think that we all need clarification so we know what we're doing here. Let us begin with a motion to consider or to act upon, I should say, the variance that has been presented with the modifications. and then we will say, or should we first look at the conditions? That's what I need to know. What is required? Do we need to look at the conditions to add them first? Or do we need to look at this new variance as it's been presented, or this variance renewal with new conditions? I'm sorry that I do not know. I just want to be clear.
You want to vote on you need to get a motion to amend the condition that the department has requested amending. So you'll work through new condition first, then the old conditions, and then a variance with everything. So start with the proposed amendment to the progression criteria condition.
As put forward by the department.
That's right.
Okay. Guess we're clear now. So we are considering now the variance renewal with the modifications, the amendments as presented by the Department of Correction. May I have a motion for a vote?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Right. And everybody's understanding what we're voting on. It is a motion to consider this variance renewal with the modifications as presented. And we're voting as to whether or not we are approving these modifications. I will begin with Stanley.
No.
Felipe.
No.
Jackie.
No.
Bobby. Bobby said no.
No. No.
Steve.
No.
James.
No.
Michael. Is Michael with us?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. And I vote no as well. Okay. Now we are, so that the modifications are not part of the variance renewal. It is the variance renewal as it has existed that we're now considering. But first, we're going to look at the conditions. First condition, we'll begin with a 3-month renewal. And I'd like to entertain a motion on that.
Second.
Okay. Are we good? Okay. Let's move to vote. Bobby?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Jackie?
Yes.
Felipe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. The second condition concerns the discontinuing the use of shackles. So let me be clear how I word that so you know if you're voting yes or no. Considering the variance with the continued use of shackles. May I have a motion? Is everybody clear on that? It is a motion to consider the variance and a condition, I'll flip it so everybody's clear. A condition that we will eliminate the use of shackles beginning April 2021.
Do you want to specify a date, April? Bobby, you had suggested April 15.
Yes.
April 15, 2021. All right, I need a motion.
So moved.
And I'm going to take the two. Bobby moved, Jackie seconded, correct? Fair? Okay. I'll begin with Bobby.
Yes.
Jackie?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
James?
No.
Steve?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Felipe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right. We've now, so just for the record, we are considering a 3-month variance renewal as the variance has existed. It does not include the modifications as presented, and it is without shackles. So it has been changed. The variance that we are considering is without the use of shackles. Right?
Jennifer, do you want me to read the existing conditions in the existing variance? Okay. Just making sure I'm on the right one. Condition 1, the department may operate multiple levels of young adult ESH with level 1 being the most restrictive. There shall not be a separate unit for assessment purposes. Condition 2, a young adult can be placed in young adult ESH level 1 only if the person has recently participated in an actual or attempted stabbing or engaged in activity that caused serious injury to an officer, another person in custody, or any other person, and provided that the use. So I think this is where this is where the restraint desk would come in, because we have language in here that says, and provided that the use of a restraint desk is the least restrictive option necessary for the safety of others. Condition 3, restraints.
Let's be clear. Let's just be clear. So that condition itself has now been voted down.
So Bennett, jump in here. I think what we are saying is for the period from now until April 15th,
okay,
these conditions remain.
Okay.
And then we'll add a condition at the end. So it would be condition number 19.
That's fair.
That would eliminate the use of restraint desks.
Beginning April 20.
April 15 of 2021. Yep. Okay. So condition number 3, restraints, including restraint desks, shall not be used except to control an incarcerated person who presents an immediate risk of self-injury or injury to others, to prevent serious property damage, or when necessary as a security precaution during transfer or transport. When restraints are necessary, the department shall use the least restrictive form of restraints that are appropriate and should use them only as long as the need exists. Condition 4, each request for approval of placement of a young adult in young adult ESH must be in writing and specify the reasons why a less restrictive housing setting is not a safe option. If the placement is to include the use of a restraint desk, the request for approval must include why ESH without restraint desks is not a safe option. The chief of department or designee must also specify her reasons for approving or disapproving the request for YAESH placement. If the placement is to include the use of a restraint desk, the chief or her designee must separately approve or disapprove this use and specify her reasons for approving or disapproving the use of a restraint desk. The request for approval and the chief's or designee's approval or disapproval thereof shall be sent within 24 hours to the person who is the subject of the request, New York City Health and Hospitals, and the board. Condition 5, the department shall evaluate each incarcerated young adult housed in ESH level 1 every 7 days to determine if the young adult shall progress out of level 1 to a less restrictive level or unit pursuant to the criteria set forth in condition number 7 below. The deputy warden responsible for ESH or designee will conduct the evaluation, and the determination shall specify the reasons and specific facts relied upon for such determination. Condition 6, the department shall review each young adult in any level other than ESH level 1 every 21 days to determine whether the person will advance to a less restrictive level or unit pursuant to the criteria set forth in condition number 7 below. Condition 7, at each such 7 or 21-day review, a young adult will advance to a less restrictive level or unit unless 1, he is engaged in violent or aggressive behavior while in his current level, and or 2, there is credible intelligence that he may engage in additional violence in a less restrictive unit, and or 3, he has willfully disregarded rules and regulations, and those instances are reported and documented. The department shall conduct this evaluation in consultation with the ESH interdisciplinary team and specify the reasons and facts for such determination. Condition 8, if the department's review of a young adult recommends progression to a less restrictive level or unit, the young adult shall be moved to the recommended level or unit. If the young adult is not moved within 48 hours of such recommendation, DOC shall notify the board in writing within 48 hours of its decision not to move the person. The notification shall include the reason the department did not move the young adult to a less restrictive level or unit. Condition 9, a young adult recommended to progress to a less restrictive level or unit shall not remain in his current unit solely due to lack of available housing elsewhere. Condition 10, the department shall not keep canines stationed in young adult ESH units. Condition 11, the department shall provide all young adults housed in ESH with a minimum out of cell time of 7 days, 7 hours per day, not inclusive of school hours. If exceptional circumstances occur where the department cannot comply, it will notify the board immediately as to the reasons why it cannot comply. Condition 12, the department shall notify the board in writing every time the lockout periods in young adult ESH do not start on time and the reasons therefore. The department shall provide written notice to the board within 24 hours of such occurrence. Condition 13, the department shall conduct and report on a monthly audit of its compliance with BOC minimum standards and education services. A, section 1-05B lock-in, specifically the number of out-of-cell hours per person. B, section 1-08F, access to courts and legal services, including law library. C, section 1-06, recreation. And D, section 1-02C2, classification, specifically the number of programming hours offered to each young adult and the number of hours each young adult participated in programming. E, education services, specifically the number of young adults DOC brought to school, and for each young adult, the time DOC brought him to school and the time DOC took him out of school. The department shall provide its monthly audit reports to the board by the 10th business day of the following month. 14, condition 14, where the department is permitted to consider a young adult's activity occurring or actions committed at a time prior to the instant incident in connection with the young adult's placement in young adult ESH, such activity or actions must have occurred within the preceding year. Condition 15, the department shall offer 5 hours of programming to each young adult in ESH, each day. For young adults enrolled in school, the 5 hours of programming can include 3 hours of school. Condition 16, the department shall provide the board with a public report on the implementation of the foregoing conditions. The requirements for this report are outlined in a document titled ESH and Secure Unit Variances Public Reporting Condition dated July 9, 2019, and available on the board's website. Condition 17, on at least a monthly basis, the department shall provide the board access to all documentation considered in each young adult ESH placement and review decision for young adults. This includes, but is not limited to, all records reviewed or created by young adult ESH adjudication, the hospital's placement review, the chief's reviews, and the young adult ESH periodic review. On a monthly basis, the department shall transmit to the board a list of all young adult ESH placements and reviews. The department shall provide this documentation for each month by the 10th business day of the following month. Documentation for the month this variance expires shall be provided by the 5th day of the following month. Condition 18, DOC shall publicly report monthly on the implementation of its plan to increase young adults' participation in recreation, including the number, rate, and time of young adults' recreation participation. Those are the existing conditions.
All right. Is there any questions, comments concerning them? Let us move to vote on the existing conditions. With a motion to vote on the existing conditions.
So moved.
May I have a second? Someone to second the vote.
Seconded.
Motion, thank you. All right, let us move to vote. Felipe,
Yes.
James, I'll come back to James. Michael,
No.
Stephen,
No.
Bobby,
I'm confused by the vote. We're voting against the conditions? Is that what a no vote is?
yes. Does everybody understand that? We are voting on to consider the variance with the existing conditions. The conditions, all of the 18 conditions now read by Meg. We've already voted on the new conditions. The new conditions would include a 3-month variance and the ending of the use of shackles beginning in April of 2021. No participation as a requirement or consideration. And the language, the more definitive language concerning violations.
And we're just voting on the conditions now, not on the variance with the conditions.
We are not voting on the variance. We are voting on, and not the conditions I just stated. We're voting on the existing that have been in place that we voted on before. If you like, I can begin to vote. Okay, I just want to make sure those who voted, are you clear on that?
I am.
Okay, so let's go through this again because I'm now not clear who has voted out. So we are voting on the variance renewal with the existing conditions as have been read. Begin again. Felipe.
Yes.
For how long?
3 minutes.
Length of time. I think we voted on 3 months.
Yes. Okay. Felipe has voted yes. Steve?
I'll vote yes for 3 months. Yeah.
And for the existing, you're voting for the existing conditions to be attached.
For 3 months.
Okay. James?
Sorry, Jennifer, I'm back on. I'm voting yes. Yes.
Okay. Michael?
No.
Forgotten where I started. Jackie?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
Bobby?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So there's 8 and 1, or 7 and 1. 7 and 1, forgive me. Okay, we are now voting on the variance itself. The variance renewal with the existing conditions and the additional condition that it be for 3 months, and the additional condition that the shackles end in April of 2021. May I have a motion to consider the variance renewal as stated?
Yes.
Seconded?
Second.
All right, let's move to vote. Felipe?
Yes.
Jackie?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
Bobby?
No.
James?
Yes.
Michael?
No.
And Steve?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So the variance carries. Okay. Okay, we are going to move on to commingling, but I'm going.
Jennifer, I believe we need to approve the secure variance as well.
Is
that correct?
Yep, we need to renew existing conditions on secure and then renew the secure variance with the existing conditions.
Okay, please read them. Well, let's first get a motion to consider the variance.
Motion.
And seconded, motion by Stanley, seconded by Jackie. All right, let us now hear the variance with the existing conditions.
Condition 1. Condition 1, restraints, including restraint desks, shall not be used except to control an incarcerated person who presents an immediate risk of self-injury or injury to others to prevent serious property damage for healthcare purposes or when necessary as a security precaution during transfer or transport. When restraints are necessary, the department shall use the least restrictive forms of restraints that are appropriate and should use them only as long as the need exists, not for a predetermined period of time. Condition 2, the department shall not use restraint desks in secure units except in the secure unit school area and only when A, extenuating safety or security circumstances or specific credible intelligence of a safety or security threat require their use, and B, the deputy warden of secure approves their use in writing. The department shall notify the board in writing every time restraint desks were used and specify the circumstances that require their use. The department shall provide written notice to the board within 24 hours of such occurrence. Condition 3, the department will make every effort to A, increase the number of staff present and supervising young adults during secure unit school sessions, and B, keep the number of students to a safely manageable number without restraint desks by adding multiple school sessions if necessary. Condition 4, the department shall not use 3 or more point restraints in secure units. Condition 5, the department shall A, provide all young adults housed in secure units with a minimum out-of-cell time of 10 hours per day, except for instances of de-escalation as set forth in the department's written directive concerning secure units. B, provide all young adults with due process in connection with their placement in secure units. And C, exclude all young adults with serious mental or physical disabilities or conditions from placement in secure units. Condition 6, the department shall notify the board in writing every time the lockout period in secure units does not start at 5 a.m. and the reasons therefore. The department shall provide written notice to the board within 24 hours of such occurrence. Condition 7, during the pendency of this variance, if the young adult in a secure unit has not committed an infraction within the preceding 28 days, the young adult will advance to a less restrictive level or unit unless 1, he is engaged in disruptive, violent, or aggressive behavior while in his current level, and or 2, there is credible intelligence that he may engage in additional violence in a less restrictive unit. Condition 8, where the department is permitted to consider a young adult's activity occurring or actions committed prior to the incident, such activity or actions must have occurred within the preceding year. Condition 9, the department shall conduct and report on a monthly audit of its compliance with VOC minimum standards and education services. A, Section 1-05B, lock-in, specifically the number of out-of-cell hours per person. B, Section 1-08F, access to courts and legal services, including law library. C, Section 1-06, recreation. And D, Section 1-02C2, classification, specifically the number of programming hours offered to each young adult and the number of hours each young adult participated in programming. E, education services, specifically the number of young adults DOC brought to school, and for each young adult, the time DOC brought him to school and the time DOC took him out of school. The department shall provide its monthly audit report to the board by the 10th business day of the following month. Condition 10, the department shall provide the board with a public report on the implementation of the foregoing conditions. The requirements for this report are outlined in a document titled ESH and Secure Unit Variances, Public Reporting Condition, dated November 23rd, 2018, and available on the board's website. Condition 11, on at least a monthly basis, the department shall provide the board access to all documentation considered in each secure placement and review decision. This includes, but is not limited to, all records reviewed or created by secure unit adjudication, health and hospitals, placement review, the chief's reviews, and the secure unit support team. On a monthly basis, the department shall transmit to the board a list of all secure placements and reviews. The department shall provide this documentation for each month by the 10th business day of the following month, except documentation for the month this variance expires shall be provided by the 5th business day of the following month. Those are the conditions.
Okay, having heard the conditions, I will now move to a motion to accept the conditions. May I have a motion? Jackie has moved, so moved. Is there a second? Okay, let's now vote on the existing conditions to be included as part of the variance to renew the secure variance. Beginning with James.
Yes.
Michael?
No.
Steve?
Support.
Stanley?
Yes.
Jackie?
Yes.
Felipe?
Yes.
Bobby? I didn't hear you, Bobby.
I abstain.
And I vote yes. So the existing conditions carry, and now we will have a vote on renewal of secure. I need a motion to vote.
Motion.
Seconded, motion seconded by Jackie. All right, calling the vote. Bobby?
No.
Felipe?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
Jackie?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Michael?
No.
And I vote yes. So the variance continues for 3 months. Okay. Let us now move to commingling. Meg, will you present?
Yes. In January 2015, the board passed a new minimum standard that requires DOC to house young adults separately and apart from adults. The revisions were designed to reduce violence by one, segregating developmentally distinct age groups, 2, fostering age-appropriate rehabilitative opportunities, and 3, ensuring compliance with local and federal Prison Rape Elimination Act standards. The rule went into effect for 18-year-olds, but has never been in effect for 19 to 21-year-olds. The board has continuously granted variances, allowing the department to house 19 to 21-year-olds with adults. Currently, the board's variance conditions allow for the department to house 19 to 21-year-old with adults in ESH if he has engaged in violent behavior towards another person, or if he has engaged in actions that threaten the safety and security of the facility. A determination to place a young adult with adults has to be in writing with supporting documentation and promptly provided to the board and the person in custody. At our last board meeting, several members expressed concern for the lack of progress in implementing the young adult plan. They specifically expressed concern about the high number of young adults housed with adults and the lack of age-appropriate programming for them. At that time, 60% of young adults were housed in young adult-only housing or in specialized medical or mental health housing. As of October 7th, the department reports that 69% of young adults are in young adult housing. While the COVID admission practice certainly contributes to this high number, the lack of age-appropriate programming remains a concern. I will turn it to the board to present their request. Or sorry, to the department.
Yeah.
Lot
Good
of reading,
afternoon.
sorry.
My name is Timothy Farrell, Senior Deputy Commissioner, and I'm here to present the 6-month variance renewal. Pursuant to Section 115 of the New York City Board of Correction minimum standards, the New York City Department of Correction requests a 6-month limited variance renewal from Board Minimum Standards 1-02C1, which requires individuals in custody ages 18 through 21 be housed separate and apart from individuals over the age of 21. While the scope of the board's minimum standards, section 1-02C1, is applicable to young adults aged 18 to 21, the department seeks for this variance request to apply only to those young adults ages 19 to 21. The department requests this renewal to take effect December 14th, 2020, the date upon which the current variance is set to expire.
All right.
We're gonna give them today's number or yesterday's number.
Is there more that you want to add? I can't. You good? I don't know if there was additional information he was seeking to provide. It sounded like it was going back and forth. Is there more that you want to say?
That is the variance request.
Deal. I heard more and I didn't know if you were saying more. All right, let us move to consider this variance. So I'm going to ask for a motion to consider the variance that will then take us into discussion. I'll the line on that one, forgive me.
Motion.
Too many votes today. Seconded. All right. Did I hear a second? Did anybody approve? Okay. All right. Okay. Who are you? I'm sorry. I did see somebody. Jackie, I thought you were making the motion. I don't know if I have a second.
Someone else make a motion, so I'm either way. I'll second it or.
Okay. Has anybody? I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, Felipe. Thank you both. All right. Let us now have discussion. Are there any questions, comments?
Yeah. I have my own. So I like to speak against this variance, as I have repeatedly, and you know, and consistent with the commissioner's comments about the very fundamental nature of the young adult program is to recognize the differences in young and emerging adults and their behaviors and the need to be responsive to them. The YA program should be expanded, not limited. The department has used the co-mingling process to send people to facilities away from the young adult program and has never provided any young adult programming for these people, and will not in the future. Rather than provide the people most in need of a young adult program, it identifies this group as incorrigibles and excludes them from this important effort by the department. The board receives, you know, when we try to monitor this thing, approximately a third of all the people who are commingled in adult units, we receive paperwork from the department on. Rather, we should not approve this. The department should, within RNDC, create units for non-infracted, problematic young adults, which are highly staffed with 3 officers, less than probably 10 or so people in them. They'll figure it out, but it should be very highly staffed. They should have very few people. They should have the kind of counseling and unit management that the department is committed to, and and so I'm going to vote and urge the members of the board to vote against the commingling. It's a contradiction to the young adult program, which we should support.
Thank you, Bobby. Would other board members like to comment?
Yeah, following in your comments, Bobby, I believe and I trust that actually the department actually has the skills and the tools to support young adults in developmentally appropriate programming and spaces. I know they have done a lot of advances, and there's actually, I heard last week, only 43 young adults that were commingled. There's no reason why the department cannot figure out the root causes of those behaviors and wrap around services around those young people. And I'm very concerned about the fact that young adults are actually sprinkled across the Rikers complex and could be intimidated by adults without a very specific way of doing that. I think the department may have a desire to use adults as a positive influence, and that could be made into a programmatic element, but there's no reason for commingle young adults with adults without a programmatic element behind it.
Thank you. Stanley?
I'd like to ask the department if the commingling isn't passed, what impact, and like Felipe said, there's 43 people, I think, young adults that are commingled with adults. What operational impact would it have on the department? Will you be able to move those 43 young people into young adult housing, provide them with the appropriate program? Is there anything that is getting in the way of that?
With our population that we currently have, in our general population with the young adults, we only have 31 young adults who are commingled in our GP housing units. The remain outside of RNDC. We have 414 young adults in custody. This is figures as of yesterday. 303 are currently residing in RNDC. We have young adults units at GRVC and OBCC. We are in the process of transitioning our new admission process to ANKC and standing up a pure young adult new admission housing unit at AMKC effective today. And that will allow us to focus on new young adults coming into the system directly and getting them, once they're clear from CHS and the new admission COVID process, over into RNDC. So we have worked very aggressively to manage this population in young adult settings. However, there is that small cadre of individuals who have engaged in persistent acts of violence, fights, and assaults, and we are very conservative on how we are reviewing a young adult before they are moved into a commingled environment. There's a lot of discussion between myself, the chief, the warden of the facility, and we ensure and we work to exhaust all internal options when it comes to managing these individuals. What complications arise with multiple separation orders, which create operational challenges in ensuring individuals are kept separate from one another within the same building, while at programs, while in school. So that adds to that challenge. So to answer your question, yes, it would be a very challenging set of circumstances for our operational team in managing this small group of young adults.
I was in VCBC last week, and there were 2 young adults there as well.
There's one there today.
We only have.
I just said that you use all these places.
So Bobby, there's only been one young adult there since November 2nd.
I guess we'll get up to that soon. Maybe there'll be more, right?
So
and VCBC is getting a little crowded.
So Bobby, STC Farrell had just talked about all of the work that we've been doing. And I think it's a little disingenuous to assume that we're working in the opposite direction in which we have been doing. And so we have steadily ensured that we have as many young adults in RNDC as possible. And we all went through what happened at GMDC when we went over a certain threshold. And just because a person is commingled, we also look back at the person to see when the last time they have been back in RNDC to see if we can reintegrate them back in. So I would appreciate your support and helping us with managing this population.
Chief, how much time, and Deputy Commissioner, how much time would you need to be able to move those 34 into the general population or create new programs that meet their needs?
So the 31 that we have commingled, is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
So those 31 persons that we have commingled, we have put in paperwork and we have provided the board with the paperwork on those persons to commingle them. And so at this time, SDC Farrell and myself, we went back over this list as of yesterday, and none of those persons right now do we believe that we could safely put them back into RNDC at this time.
It's not necessarily a period of time limit that would require us to be able to get these individuals. It's the safety aspect in the review, because these individuals are not in RNDC for behavior-driven issues and separation challenges. So it's not necessarily a timing. It's more or less being able to safely manage these individuals in a GP setting the best that we can.
Can I jump in? This is James Carino. I spoke extensively to Chief Jennings last week, and I'm very convinced that she's really trying her hardest and diligent to. I mean, there's under 10% of the young adult population that is actually in there because of behavioral problems. Which 10% is I felt was like a threshold for me, and she's actually under that, and she's on it very, very tight. I mean, I'm convinced that she's trying her hardest. We did discuss things that I'd like to see, like inside RNDC, a unit that really deals with these hard to reach kids. So instead of commingling out, we could have a unit that maybe has more offices, is more intense to handle kids with more problems. Because honestly, if we could reach these kids that were commingling out, we're really doing a big justice for the city, because these are the kids that could make a career in crime, instead of just sending them out. But there's a need for the department, an immediate need to get that person out of that young population to stop a lot of violence and stop a lot of problems. So it's kind of like, I'm willing to go with the variance for maybe a 3-month variance, but I would like to see, the department working on different housing areas that could actually try to even get that number lower. But there is a need for commingling, because in my experience, Chief Jennings says in GMDC, there's a certain level, there's a certain type, whether it's a mental health issue, whether it's a gang issue, that's going to be with other kids, there's going to be a propensity of violence that the department's not going to be able to control. And then people can get hurt. I'm just not crazy about putting him with the adults, because putting him with the adults is not a soothing issue. It's kind of like the kid's quiet because the adults are telling them, don't bring heat to the house. And that's got to be 80 to 90% of the situations. So we have to figure out a better way. But taking commingling away from the department now, it's going to hurt kids. It's going to hurt people. And that I can't support. But I would like to see the department try other things to try to reach these kids, with maybe more offices, more training for offices, special units that are equipped to deal with these programs, these hard to reach kids, and then, just try to go in that direction, but I can't support shutting it down, because if we shut it down, people can get hurt.
I'd like to say that I understand what James is saying, and I think Felipe's question had to do with what the capacity was and how long it would take to get to the point where we all want to get to. I had not heard, and I talked with the department last week also, of a commitment to bring these people back into the young adult program. We know that there is no young adult program outside of RNDC, and so a commitment for smaller units with more staff and probably or possibly the use of adults as mentors within these units, as is done in DC, and it's a different situation in DC and Connecticut in terms of, but it's not that dissimilar in terms of the age of these emerging adults. And so I'm going to vote against it. I would hope the department would take this conversation seriously about the board's concern that this kind of activity it does not enhance, but actually interferes with the young adult program, and work towards having a comprehensive young adult program, and particularly as we go forward.
And thank you, Bobby, in a way, for clarifying what I wanted to get to. I mean, I want to figure out what the department needs to be able to meet the young adult plan they proposed in 2015. I'm very hopeful and open as I hear about the programming that is being developed to focus on individualized skills. And even, the commissioner, talking to me about the potential of adults being a positive influence for young adults. But that has to be translated into a program, and I need to know how long will that take.
Okay. Are there other comments, considerations? I did hear James, and it's something that I spoke to earlier, suggest a 3-month a consideration of a 3-month variance. That would be a new condition. I haven't heard any other conditions. Jackie, do you want to say something?
Well, I guess, and I don't know if it's another condition, but hearing what both Felipe and James are saying, I could envision approving a 3-month variance. I would like to really understand the urgency with which the department is responding to the need to develop resources that would enable us to move away from commingling. And I'd like to hear how that will unfold if the board approves a 2 or 3 month variance. How will that planning process unfold so that we don't find ourselves 2 or 3 months down the road again in this same situation?
I want to totally support what Jack. I think that's what we have to deal with. It just can't keep going. We have to know how we're going to resolve this issue that just keeps coming up.
Does the department have a response?
I believe we've put forth our case. As we said, 31 people out of 414. I think we've done an outstanding job of keeping people where we believe they should be in the young adult program. Unfortunately, sometimes we just cannot put young people with their peers. We do everything possible to work with them and to get them back with their colleagues, but sometimes it is not in their best interest. It is in nobody's best interest that they be housed with their peers, for all the reasons that we discussed over the past 2 weeks with individual board members. I don't know how else to convince you that we take it seriously, that we take everything regarding the young adult plan with urgency. But I think folks do have to understand that sometimes with a very, very small percentage of young adults, it is better for them not to be with their age peers, to keep them safe and others safe. And we put everything in place to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other comments, questions, or concerns? Okay. James, do you want to put forth a condition that we will consider and vote on to limit this variance before we vote to 3 months?
No, I'll probably change my vote now, so because it doesn't seem like 3 months is going to make a difference. This is how it's going to be, and this is the procedure, the policy. So, no.
All right. Are there existing conditions we need to hear, Meg?
There are existing conditions. There are a couple. I will quickly read them. Condition 1, DOC shall house male young adults ages 19 to 21 in young adult only housing unless A, he is housed in a restrictive housing area with less than 14 hours lockout. B, he is engaged in violent or assaultive behavior towards staff or other people in custody. Or C, he is engaged in actions that threaten the safety and security of the facility. These factors will be applied case by case and will only result in an individual young adult's placement in commingled housing after an individual determination is made. The department shall document each determination in writing, including the reason for such determination and all CODs and incident reports supporting each determination. The department shall send notification to the person in custody within 3 days. That includes for which reasons of the 3 listed above they are being moved. The department shall send the board a biweekly report of all such determinations, including the reason for the housing determination and the full record of CODs and incident reports supporting such determination. Condition 2, during the pendency of this variance, the department shall provide the board with a monthly census showing in which housing units and jails 18 to 21-year-olds are housed. And the department shall continue to A, provide the board with a monthly progress report on its implementation of the young adult plan and implementation of alternatives to punitive segregation. And B, provide its progress report for each month on the 10th business day of the following month. Those are the existing conditions.
Let us first vote on the existing conditions, and then we will vote on the variance renewal itself. So may I have a motion to vote on the existing conditions?
Motion.
Second.
All right. Okay. Let us vote to as to whether or not the existing conditions shall be part of the variance renewal that we vote on shortly. I will begin with Felipe.
On the conditions, yes.
Yes. Stanley?
Yes.
James?
No.
Okay, this is the existing conditions, so you're voting no on the existing conditions to include them as part of the variance. That's a no.
Oh, the existing conditions, yes.
Okay, all right. Jackie?
Yes.
Bobby?
Yes, yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Michael?
No.
And I vote yes. Okay, now, let's see, we have, I believe that was 2 no's, so the conditions would apply. So now let's vote on the variance with the conditions. I need a motion to vote. Okay, Stanley, seconded.
Second.
Thank you. Now vote. Stanley,
Yes.
Bobby,
No.
Felipe,
No.
Jackie,
No.
James,
No.
Michael?
No.
Steve,
No.
I vote no. Okay, we are now going to have an update on CHS, but before we do, I am going to ask that we take a 3-minute break. So I'll make it 5 minutes. We will begin at 12:40.
Megan? It's Patsy. Did you get my email?
I
We have,
didn't.
we have a hard stop at 1.
Okay. Yep, I
I mean,
just
we
saw
have
it.
another meeting that begins at 1 that we can't move. Our entire
Okay.
day is blocked.
Okay. Okay.
All right. It is 12:41. We said that we would begin again at 12:40. I'm hopeful that the board has returned.
Jennifer, did you hear Patsy just now that they have a hard stop at 1?
It's yes.
Okay,
So
great.
all right. We are running short on time. We have a COVID update. And then we have an update on the monitor's report. And then we are moving to public comment. We need to get moving. Unfortunately, let's see, we've got 3 board members that have returned. James, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Steve, are you there? I don't know if he's back. Michael? Okay, good deal. Michael, are you still with us?
Michael had to run to another meeting.
Okay, so we're going to get started with an update on COVID.
Jennifer, before we begin, we have asked the department and CHS a number of questions, and we have received no answers for them. So I would like to share my screen and to give them all of the questions that we have asked that we have not received answers for, so we can get answers. I understand they may not have it in the next couple of minutes, but I want to use the opportunity of this board meeting to do that. So Bennett, could you facilitate that?
Is Bennett, it appears Bennett may not be back. There he is. Okay.
There it is. Okay. So, so this, could you take it off?
It is here. It's here, Bobby.
It's there. Okay. I'm having trouble seeing it. So I'm going to send you all of these questions. They say the board's analysis, we want to know about why the department cannot follow CDC's and DOHMH's guidance on having no capacity more than providing 6 feet of guidance, which would mean 50% capacity to the dorms. How many areas does the department plan to open in the coming weeks prior to closing MDC, OBCC? When I'll send these to the department. They've already gotten them. How does the department expect to keep people 6 feet from each other when the beds are just a few feet apart and there are not enough places to sit in the day rooms? We have questions about NBC. We have questions about the West facility. We have questions about how and when CHS is providing test results back to people in custody at public meetings. The time frame for negative results are people rehoused. What's the current refusal rate? What the city is going to do about testing staff as they have recommended for congregate, as the state has recommended, and the city Department of Health has recommended for people living in congregate settings. We have questions about antibody testing, asymptomatic testing, contact tracing. We have an important question about the mayor's framework for vaccine distribution and how that will affect the people who live and work on Rikers Island. We have questions about reopening, which we have asked, and we have not received answers to any of these questions. And I appreciate the opportunity to give these to you. I will. You have copies of this already. If CHS and the department want us to send it to them again, we will send these questions to them again. Thank you very much.
Bob?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So as Bobby indicated, we have asked the department and the CHS to provide us with an update on the response to the COVID crisis, and we've asked specific questions. The city has seen a recent uptick in local cases, and the country now has reported more than 100,000 cases in a day on a few occasions. COVID-19 is not over. The jails are not isolated from the risks of a second wave. We continue to call on DOC, New York State Parole Board, and the court system to work together again to reduce the jail population. 3 people in custody tragically died from COVID earlier this year during the first wave. And the death toll could have been much worse had it not been for the remarkable work and efforts of many persons, including DOC, to rapidly decrease the jail population. Unfortunately, the population is consistently rising, dangerously increasing the risk to people detained and those working in the jails. The jail population has increased by 20% since April 29th, 2020. Just since October 1st, it's increased by 5%. There are now 4,154 people who are being held pre-trial, 120 people in jail on city sentences, 189 people detained solely on parole violation, no open criminal case, and 128 people detained for other reasons, including newly sentenced to state prison. October's 23rd jail population includes 653 people who are 50 years or older, which is a population that is particularly vulnerable to COVID-19. There are 54 people aged 50 or older who are being held solely on a technical parole violation. From August 11th to October 11th of this year, CHS sent 413 advocacy letters to the criminal courts regarding patients whose health may be particularly at risk due to jail conditions. Of that number, 144 people had been discharged. Additionally, DOC said that from the onset of the pandemic to October 13th, they have released 315 city sentenced people as part of the work release program. The West Facility CDU, where the COVID confirmed and symptomatic housing areas are located, and individuals who have refused testing or quarantined, is currently operating at 69% capacity. Staff working at the facility expect that if the population continues to increase, the department will need to reopen the EMTC facility soon. Additionally, as of October 23rd, there have been a total of 209 CHS staff members and 1,446 DOC staff members diagnosed with COVID-19. Since October 1, there were 13 additional DOC staff cases and no additional CHS staff cases. In recent weeks, people in custody, the defense bar, and board members and board staff have increasingly raised concerns about the increasing jail population and the closing of OBCC and MDC, contributing to higher density housing areas, thus further preventing social distancing. At the October public meeting, the department indicated that they will open housing areas in the remaining facilities, but have not been provided detail, but we have not been provided detail on which housing areas will open and when. The CDC guidance to correctional facilities recommends that, if space allows, the agency provide more space between individuals' beds, ideally 6 feet in all directions, and minimize the number of individuals housed in the same room as much as possible. Additionally, the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene issued guidance to congregate residential settings in October 2020 that recommends maintaining increased spacing in shared sleeping areas so beds are at least 6 feet apart, and maintaining efforts to decrease the number of residents in dormitory-like units. Since the beginning of June, the number of beds in DOC jails has decreased from 8,341 on June 2nd to 6,950 on November 2nd. Due to recent increases in housing density, by the end of October, most people in custody, 65%, were housed in a housing area above 75% capacity. The proportion of the population in housing units above 50% capacity is now at pre-pandemic levels. As of October 31st, 40% of people in custody were housed in a dorm where alternate bed spacing was not possible, continuing an upward trend since June. 27 of 75 dorm setting housing areas are above 90% capacity. These dorms house 1,187 people, which is 26% of the total population. As of this past Thursday, November 6th, the department reported 3 asymptomatic exposed housing areas. 2 of these housing areas are new admission housing areas, one at MDC and one at AMKC. The department reports that beginning in September, DOC and CHS changed their practice regarding designating asymptomatic exposed housing areas, such that units should be designated if a person in custody from that unit tests positive, as had been the case, or a staff member worked there immediately prior to reporting a positive test to either DOC or CHS. Board staff sent the agencies a number of questions about contact tracing for recent cases, antigen, antibody, PCR testing practice, and communication of results to patients, staff testing, planning for vaccine distribution, and plans for reopening and improving critical service such as visiting and law library, all of which Bobby Cohen just spoke to. We did not receive responses to these questions. It is critical for the board to receive this information to conduct its public oversight. As we've all experienced, responding to COVID often necessitates shifts in practice and plans. Whereas it has been DOC's plan to close jail buildings, we urge the department to continually evaluate and modify such plans where necessary, as seems the case right now, to ensure the safety of all detained persons and staff. The current uptick in jail population and in COVID infection rates throughout the nation and here in New York City as well strongly indicates the need for modification now. I now ask board members to raise questions for the department or make comments for the department or CHS to consider. Are there any questions or comments that board members would like to make at this time?
I would just like to endorse your comments, Jennifer. I think you speak for all of us right now.
Thank you, Bobby. Stanley?
Yeah, I agree with Bobby. I think your statement lays it out really clearly, and I just appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the department or CHS have any comments they'd like to make at this time?
Yes, first, with regard to information about any of those questions, I recall a conversation sitting in this room where several of the board members, including you, Jennifer, were present when we discussed many of those questions. You also get the 5 a.m. census and the bed utilization reports every day, which talks about and clearly delineates which housing units are open and which are not, and the population within. So to say that you haven't had any information isn't completely accurate. With regard to our COVID plans, we are proceeding according to the plans that we've had in place since March. Our housing strategy and our mitigation efforts have been successful, and the board has acknowledged that over the past several meetings when we have publicly reported on this. We are constantly assessing our situation in the housing units with CHS, our partners. We continue to meet weekly to discuss issues, but are in constant contact daily, several times daily, in fact, if situations arise. We all want the best environment for our staff, for those in our custody, and the best outcomes. That's not in dispute here, and I think we have proven over the past 8 months that we have been successful at that. With regard to closures, it is beneficial for this agency to have a smaller footprint. We have aging, outdated buildings which have been called inhumane by members of the board, by members of the public, and they are not designed for modern correctional practices. A smaller footprint gives us the flexibility in staff assignments should we have a resurgence of illness in our uniform and non-uniform ranks. We have the closed Rikers initiative. We have ULERP Pass, which requires us to downsize. And we have a significant financial issue in this city. There are financial concerns. There was a reduction in our budget that requires us to move forward in closure of buildings. Despite the increase, and I just want to mention about the increase, we don't have control over who comes into our jails. We are not riding around picking up people and bringing them into our jails. So we do have to have our partners in the state assist us with that. We have continued to let people out on the 6A program, even after the spread of the virus stopped in May. And so we are in discussions with the unions currently. It is my understanding that the union is seeking a temporary restraining order and maybe going to court this afternoon. Up until a judge tells us not to move forward with our plans, we are continuing. And if a TRO is issued, then those dates may have to be altered.
So Commissioner, I appreciate the points that you're making. The first thing that I will say to you is that not all of the questions have been answered and not everybody has been privy to all of the responses that have been provided. Secondly, I would say to you, and I'm just going to roll it up into, we're all very much aware of the fiscal constraints under which the city is operating. I have played a significant role in trying to ensure that the state get the funding that it needs, the city get the funding that it needs, both at the federal level and at the state level. I am very much aware, but I'm also aware that we are not going to be in the position of putting individuals at risk because of fiscal constraints. And so what we are asking you to do, just as you did in the early part of this year, when you looked at the needs and the challenges presenting, and you made determinations about how to keep people safely, we're asking for the same considerations at this time. And when we receive numerous reports, some firsthand from board members and staff that have been able to go into the jails, and from advocates, that there are persons who are detained, who are being placed and housed in situations that call into question their continuing safety, should there be an outbreak of COVID. We're going to ask that you reconsider what you're doing now. Yes, we see what you did before and we appreciate that. But we're not going to pull back and say that because we've got fiscal constraints, that it is not an imperative that we do all that we can to keep detained persons safe. Is there another board member who would like to respond?
Yeah, I think if the commission and her team could speak to the details of the plan. What is the plan in terms of housing capacity? How are you? I heard you say, you'll meet every week. What is your strategy going forward to protect those who are detained and protect officers who have to come in and work and who we all agree are more of a danger to detained persons because they are going in and out and they have much more contact than detained people? What is the housing strategy? Do you have a capacity that you're looking at? When you hit that capacity, are you looking at how that capacity could impact virus transmission? Like, what is the plan? If you could just articulate that, that would be helpful.
So Stanley, the plan is not different than the plan we have had in place. We have EMTC at the ready, which is the facility that we used when we had many positive cases and suspected cases in the agency. We isolated that facility. We had steady staff. We had no cross-contamination. We had our folks in custody actually doing the sanitation. They volunteered to do the state sanitation in that building, and we contained the virus. That is our plan, to revert to the housing at EMTC and the staffing plan should we see a resurgence of in-custody spread. Our staff are still required to fill out paperwork with symptom disclosure every time they enter a jail. I do it myself every time I go to a jail. Your temperature must be taken. If you hit the threshold for the temperature, you're turned away, you're sent home. You have to call Health Management Division and you have to get a test and be cleared before you're able to return to work. Anyone reporting symptoms, if they haven't been working, but they're at home and they're not feeling well, again, they're required not to come to work, get a test and be cleared to come back. We are in constant communication with CHS, and I'll let them talk specifically to what they're doing, but this is a partnership. We don't want spread. And when I talk about the financial implications regarding downsizing of facilities, I'm not pointing to any one condition existing in this city. This is all of the things coming together to where we are on this particular date and time in history that is forcing people to make tough decisions, but take the best actions possible to keep everybody safe. I don't think we can deny all the conditions that are going into the decisions that we make. So I'm not using financial crisis as an excuse to do nothing. I'm telling you that the plan that we have in place is still in place. We have not varied from that. And we believe that is going to keep everyone safe. As soon as we see any kind of change in the population with regard to testing, we will move swiftly to manage that, to isolate people, and the same with the staff.
Hi, this is Patsy. We had previously advised that we have a hard stop at 1 o'clock. So I'm running a little over, but I wanted to, again, say I agree with what the commissioner just went over. Since the spring, the board, may not be aware of how hard we worked and how creatively and rapidly we had to come up with different scenarios as our understanding of the virus changed and as the epidemiology changed. Those are successful strategies. We are maintaining them. We created new types of housing, and we have since then maintained them. We cohort new admissions. We have people who are asymptomatic exposed. All those housing areas, types of housing that we created together, which you've been briefed on before, are still in place. We have not had, as I've said before, we have not had in-jail transmission since May 19th. Since May 19th, we have had positives. They're coming in from the community. They're on new admissions, and we test them and we cohort them. Our two other strategies, which was decarceration and maintaining people's health so they have a better chance at fending off the virus should they contract it, the effects of the virus, continue. We have not stopped since the spring. So
I was just going to interject here and say that the challenge that we have is in working cooperatively and in assuming that when questions are presented, that they are gotcha questions. When the board hears from the advocate community about significant concerns regarding housing of persons and concerns tied to COVID, we are bringing them forward. When the board asks for a response to specific questions, and some board members ask, and all the information has not been provided, it is not to suggest that you haven't done a good job in the past. There is no gotcha here. It's all about keeping people safe and wanting to be certain that as we look at the potential resurgence of a deadly virus, that we are not being constrained by fiscal concerns, which we have been told in other settings. That is what this is about. Let's not make this about you being challenged on what you've done in the past. Today is a new day. We're moving forward. We ask questions because we're concerned, just as you are. Does the board have any other questions? Bobby?
Yes, I understand how the department, how CHS and the department addressed the first wave of this epidemic. And I was at VCBC last week, and we are in a different moment. This pandemic is sweeping the world right now in a greater than it has before, and we should not be. We all wear masks We all are separated from our loved ones. We should not be asking 49 or 50 people to be living in a small dorm. The staff of the Department of Correction are frightened at every level. The people who live in those dormitories in VCDC and AMKC are scared. And I don't know why the CHS and DOC are not acting now. I hope you are, but not, maybe you're just not telling us, or not acting to reduce the size of those dormitories so that people can have 6 feet apart. Right now, they're touching each other. And there are constraints. There is a substantial budget reduction. There's an overtime cap. There is a timetable for closing down these facilities, and there's a no layoff commitment to the union. So that puts the department in a very, very difficult position. So Commissioner Brandt, I do not think that if you could, that you would not want to do better things, or do the right thing here, which would be that to not house people at greater than 50%. But you are being constrained. And CHS, I'm surprised that you're not saying this is not the way to address the pandemic at this moment. I agree with you. People should wear masks. I agree with you that that your quarantine and intake is wonderful. But the virus isn't going to come in that way. It's going to come in through your staff and through the CH and through DOC staff. And it's going to come in. So I would just urge you, I beg you to act now. And don't say we did it perfectly the last time, so we're just going to let it spread again. When you know that, and we know about asymptomatic spread, which you did not know about at the beginning because no one knew about it, but we know about that right now. And therefore staff has to be tested before they work there, on at least a weekly basis. The people who live in the facilities need to be tested regularly, and you have to decompress these dormitories rather than, as I saw while I was there, increasing the density of dorms that are at 98%. It's putting another person in a dorm that had 50 beds, there were 48 filled, another person entered that dorm that day.
I apologize for CHS, we've got to go, but Bobby, we absolutely care. We're working hard. We're not sitting on our laurels. We're not investigating every other possibility, but we are continuing to work well, and we're going to work with DOC.
Well, I ask your support. People need it.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other comments that persons would like to make? All right. We are going to move. Our last order of business before public comment is for the board to provide an update on the monitor's report. Meg?
Yep. Thank you. On October 23rd, 2020, the Nunez Monitor filed its 10th report. As the consent decree enters, report as the consent decree enters its 5th year. The report concludes the city and department have established a record of noncompliance in the most fundamental goals of the consent judgment, most especially regarding the use of force and accountability for violations of these requirements. This history of noncompliance is longstanding and substantial. The report follows a remedial order signed by the court on August 5th. The remedial order focuses on initiatives to enhance safe custody management, improve staff supervision, and reduce unnecessary use of force, improved and prompt use of force investigations, timely, appropriate, and meaningful staff accountability, and 18-year-old incarcerated individuals at RNDC. In the 10th report, the monitor warns that if the department is quote, unable to achieve demonstrable gains, and quote, in compliance with the consent decree and the remedial order, then the quote, overall approach must be re-examined as the efforts by all may have been exhausted, end quote. The Nunez Monitor reports that despite working collaboratively with the monitor to develop policies, train staff, and track use of force, the department's use of force practices, quote, remain similar to those in prior monitoring periods, end quote, and quote, the department has not yet demonstrated progress in reducing the frequency of unnecessary and excessive force, end quote. The use of force rate during this monitoring period was the highest since the beginning of the consent decree. The monitor reports that the department's actions drive use of force, over reliance on probe teams and alarms, and the unnecessarily painful escort techniques, unnecessary and too close use of OC spray, and hyper-confrontational staff behaviors. This is, quote, compounded by a lack of accountability due to both uniform leadership's inability to identify and address the staff misconduct and backlog of investigations, end quote. Monitor did find that the department has, quote, made significant progress in addressing the issues related to investigations and is on the path to conducting efficient, timely, and reliable investigations, end quote. This includes significant progress towards reducing the backlog of preliminary and full investigation division investigations. I will now turn it to the department to provide an update.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Richardson. I am the Deputy General Counsel here at DOC. And the last meeting in July, the General Counsel, Heidi Grossman, presented along with Assistant Commissioner Marshall Volk, who also joins me here today. You touched on, in your introductory remarks, you touched on a lot of what we're here to discuss today as well. Since the last update, we had both the remedial order that the parties entered into, as well as the 10th Monitor's report. The remedial order was intended to address several ongoing areas of concern. As you pointed out, those are investigations and accountability, use of force, as well as one that you did not mention, which was the safety and supervision of young individuals in our custody. We did talk a little bit about that earlier in today's meeting. The department agreed to these measures in the remedial order because they aligned with our goals and what the department was already implementing. And achieving compliance with the Nunez consent judgment is this department's highest priority right now. There have been tremendous efforts on behalf of all of those in this room and all of our staff to get us to where we are today. We still have, as you mentioned, a lot of work left to do. We all acknowledge that fact. We are not where we want to be. But this most recent monitor's report did have two very bright spots for us. The first is that throughout the department's hard work and ongoing commitment for the past 5 years, the parties in Nunez, in addition to agreeing to the remedial order, we also were able to reach an agreement to terminate 16 provisions of the consent judgment due to the department's sustained and ongoing substantial compliance for more than 24 consecutive months. We also agreed to place 19 provisions into inactive monitoring status, which means that the monitor no longer is required to assess compliance with those provisions due to the department's ongoing substantial compliance with those provisions. And there were also 2 provisions that were placed in abeyance, meaning that while we had not yet achieved substantial compliance, the monitor no longer has to monitor those 2 provisions. So that was one bright spot. The second bright spot, as you mentioned, is with respect to investigations. And I just want to take a minute and acknowledge the very hard work and dedication that our investigations division has put forth to move us from non-compliance for the past several reports. We have now been moved into partial compliance with the requirement to conduct timely and thorough use of force investigations. That was no small effort, and it is thanks in large part to the fact that this department engaged in a complete revamping and restructuring of the way that we conduct our use of force investigations. As of February 3rd of this year, we launched our intake squad. It's a team of dedicated investigators and attorneys who are responsible for investigating all use of force incidents. And to date, they have reviewed every single use of force incident that has occurred in our facilities since February 3rd, 2020. And they completed 99% of those reviews timely within 25 business days as required under the new remedial order. That is a significant improvement from the amount of time that it would take to conduct investigations prior. The vast majority of those cases are then closed with no further investigation needed. So we are able to very quickly and swiftly move forward with immediate disciplinary action or other types of corrective action to address staff behavior and other issues that have been identified. That is a huge sea change for us. And we expect that that is going to impact all aspects of compliance with Nunez. We expect that we're going to see greater staff accountability, and it's really going to help us improve the quality of use of force when force is necessary in those circumstances. You also mentioned the backlog of investigations. That has largely been cleared. More than 10,000 backlog investigations to date have been closed, and the investigations division is on target to close the rest of the backlog cases by the end of this year. Again, so that we now have the ability to pursue corrective action where necessary. With respect to use of force, you know, we all acknowledge, right, that we are not where we need to be. There are still problematic incidents that are occurring. However, there were a few bright spots here as well. One is that we're continuing to see a reduction in the number of strikes that staff are utilizing. And the second one is that we have also been seeing a reduction in the number of use of force incidents that have resulted in injuries to either individuals in our custody or to staff. That is a change, and that is an improvement, and we believe that that is, you know, demonstrating the beginning of a significant change here for the department. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Commissioner Wolf to discuss a little bit about the monitor's report and the remedial order with respect to young inmates.
Good afternoon. Just briefly before we move to the young population, we stated last time that investigations and discipline alone will only go so far, and while they're absolutely important, they can't be the only means of setting the tone of what's tolerated under our use of force policy, and that there needs to be consistent messaging and ownership from facility leadership about what is permissible with respect to the use of force directive. To that end, we work very closely in the 10th reporting period with the monitoring team to fine-tune what is known as the use of force review process. This is where facility leadership conducts their own assessment independently of the investigation division of all use of force incidents to determine if staff behavior is consistent with policy and procedure, and then make a determination if there needs to be any further action to reinforce what is permissible. So the 10th reporting period was really about fine-tuning and tweaking that process. This new process rolled out effective July 1st, which is the beginning of the 11th reporting period, which we're currently in. So we haven't yet seen the monitor's report for this current reporting period, but from what we have seen so far, we definitely have seen an improvement with the consistency and the quality of these use of force reviews, which should result in better messaging and alignment within our facilities. Additionally, we hold weekly meetings with facility leadership to go over a variety of Nunez-related metrics, including trends in use of force in general, and then other indicators that can drive use of force, whether it's fights and the use of probe teams or level B responses, focusing on some of our high needs individuals who drive a disproportionate number of use of force incidents, compliance with a variety of kind of smaller related Nunez metrics, such as the completion of use of force reports and the timeliness of medical attention following use of force incidents, which we have established substantial compliance with. And then also reviewing problematic incidents to ensure that we are aligned on where the issues are and to make sure that we know how to communicate those issues effectively to our staff. With respect to the young inmate plan, we reported last time that we were working closely with the monitor to implement that plan. It was unfortunately delayed due to COVID-19, but it has now been put into effect. The plan is aimed at basically changing our approach to manage those young inmates in our custody. And it's really focused on a few major components, which are steady staffing, new policies and procedures to better manage those young individuals, more programming initiatives, including the use of case management, positive reinforcement, and then the implementation of the unit management model to provide more oversight. And at this point, we have rolled out that plan in one of the housing buildings at our NDC, which comprises of 6 housing units. And we're going to be rolling this out building by building at our NDC to make sure that we have fidelity to that implementation. And importantly, we have seen some success at our NDC. And while we're still striving to improve, the monitoring team actually noted this improvement in the 10th report. Specifically with respect to use of force, they noted that the rate at the beginning of the 10th reporting period was significantly higher than the rate during the final 3 months. And then also with respect to fights, that the average rate of violence noticeably improved from the beginning of the monitoring period to a historical low point at the end. And why this is so important is this has actually been sustained into the current reporting period. So we believe that we have some long-term success here. And it's not to say that we are perfect or we're exactly where we need to be, but we believe we have definitely moved in the right direction with respect to this population. So while the monitor's report makes it clear that we have more work to do, we feel strongly we've made progress, and we're going to continue to move forward in our mission to fully implement the consent decree. As Ms. Richardson alluded to, we have terminated 16 provisions under the consent judgment due to sustained substantial compliance, and are now in inactive monitoring for 19 areas due to ongoing substantial compliance. When we last met, we discussed all the hard work that we were putting into to change that investigative structure. And now we've actually seen the results of that hard work by being moved out of non-compliance under this intake squad that has been developed. And I think it's important to recognize that this isn't just an improvement in process or administration. It's an essential part of changing the culture and improving accountability. Without investigations, we don't have the ability to impose more swift discipline and accountability. So investigations are intrinsically linked to that accountability piece. We spoke last time about trying to improve how the facilities review these incidents to make sure that they are recognizing the issues that the monitoring team is seeing and that our ID squad has seen. And again, we put that into play now for this reporting period, and we do believe we've seen improvement. For RNDT, again, we have seen sustained success now coming from the end of the 10th reporting period into the 11th reporting period. We remain absolutely committed to the reforms outlined in Nunez, and we look forward to continuing to work with the monitoring team closely to achieve complete compliance. Thank you.
You're muted.
Are there any questions?
Well, just a comment. I appreciate the parts of the agreement that the department has been able to take off the table because they didn't make sense anymore, or because they've accomplished it. But I think I hope what you say, and we don't know yet, is true. But what the report says is that the city and department have established a record of non-compliance in the most fundamental goals of the consent judgment, most especially regarding the use of force and accountability for violation of these requirements. This history of non-compliance is longstanding and substantial. They then go on to say that they're working with you continuously and they hope things will get better. But as we move into the 5th year of monitoring, it is critical to acknowledge that if the DOC is unable to achieve demonstrable gains with the requirements of both the consent judgment and the remedial order, that this overall approach to achieving sustainable and substantial compliance must be re-examined, as the efforts by all may have been exhausted.
That is a very important statement in the monitor's report, because it suggests that we may find ourselves, the department, having to, like, there may be some other action that is taken, that it may go back for reconsideration, and whatever gains have been made, gains not having been made in critical areas, especially use of force, is going to wind us back up in court. And does the board have, the department have any response to that point on the part of the monitor?
So I don't think anyone here is disputing that we, like Assistant Commissioner Volk and I both said, that we are not where we want to be. The commissioner has said repeatedly that we're not able to discipline our way out of this problem, but the improved investigation structure is leading to swifter identification of problematic use of force incidents. It is also leading to swifter immediate action to correct staff misconduct where appropriate. And we believe that that is key to achieving the gains that we want to see with respect to improving the quality of our use of force. We also have adopted a new project management style approach to achieving substantial compliance with every provision of the consent judgment. There are a lot of projects that many people within the department have put in years worth of effort to try to achieve. And we are really focusing on those projects that just need a little extra effort to push them over the edge into substantial compliance. And, you know, speaking personally for myself, I came here to this department to help implement the terms of the Nunez consent judgment. And I do believe that we are getting closer and that we are improving. I would not be here if I did not think that we could not achieve substantial compliance with the terms of the agreement.
But I think we have, I think we're looking at this fundamentally different. And I agree the department did a lot to move a number of the items off the agenda, but the core element of the consent decree was around use of force, accountability, and those sort of things. And I guess when I hear you say we're making progress, and then I see the monitor's report that says no progress, no substantial progress is being made on the fundamental aspects of the consent decree, it's like a disconnect. It's like, are we looking at the same thing? Are we focused on the same thing? And it doesn't discount all the work you did on the 19 items that are no longer monitored, the 16 items that was closed out. But what the monitor is saying is that the core elements of this, we have not seen any change going on, and we are losing confidence that continued monitoring will result in something different. Now, unless you're saying the things that you got put in place when they finished writing this 10th report, or the thing that you put in place was implemented during the writing of this report and will be reflected in the 11th report, then that's something that we should just wait and see. But if you're saying that these are things that we've been doing, and then we get to the 10th report, and the 10th report is saying fundamentally that they haven't seen any change and they're losing confidence that continued monitoring will result in change, there's a huge disconnect. And it's not to discredit or discount any of the work that DOC has been doing to try to put in systems and stuff like that, but it is a fundamental disconnect I think we need to speak to.
Stanley, I just want to say that we appreciate what your views are. I do want to say that I don't think we see this as a fundamental disconnect because, as we've mentioned before, all these provisions, 300 plus provisions, have been the foundational pieces of the reform efforts. Without each one of these pieces that we've had to spend years developing, mastering, and then being able to put into substantial compliance, it doesn't give us the time to first identify where the issues are and then target our approach. And so with 300 plus terms, as we reduce the number of provisions that we need to focus on, and now we're able to target our efforts, this now lets us use our time efficiently, and it brings us all together. And as you know, culture change takes time. And when we say we're encouraged by the positives, we have to acknowledge our successes when we see them, because that's what builds on culture change. That's what builds on our success. And that's what we're hopeful for and we're committed to And that's why we have all these plans, and this is what our devotion is to. So I don't see this as a disconnect in my view. And you're right, we need to see what the next report shows, but it's just, we have to tick off each provision and keep moving forward and be persistent and determined.
Thank you, Heidi. That's fair.
Further comments or questions? There being none, we are going to move to the final agenda item of the board meeting, which is public comment. We have received requests to comment from a little better than 10 persons. So we will move to that right now, and hopefully the meeting will conclude in the next 40 minutes or so. We have a list of those who signed to speak up. And as we do every time we have public comment, I'm going to call each person's name one at a time. When you hear your name, raise your hand using the hand icon below the participants list on your WebEx screen. If you don't see the participants list, click on the silhouette of a person on the menu at the bottom of your screen. Once you open the participants list, you should see the hand icon in order to raise your hand. When you raise your hand, we will unmute you and you will begin. You can turn on your video and you can begin speaking, giving your public comment. I'll tell you when your 3 minutes has expired, and at that time you will have to end and we'll move on to the next speaker. The board welcomes written comments as well, and you can email them to boc@boc.nyc.gov, boc@boc.nyc.gov, or mail them to 1 Center Street, room 2213, New York, New York, 10007. So let us now go.
Jennifer, this is James. Can I say something really quick? Because
please.
I was on the line last month the whole way through, but because I'm not on the WebEx, it doesn't look like I'm here. So I just want them to know out here, there's probably other people like me that are listening to the comments, but they might not know that we're on. So, I know a lot of people are frustrated, but I know I was on, and I'm sure the other people that might have been on the phone that was listening also. So I just want to let everybody know that.
Thank you. Very much appreciated.
Okay.
Okay, we will move to public comment. The first person on the list is Julia McCarthy. Her hand is raised. If she can be unmuted. You're unmuted. Please begin.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Julia McCarthy, and I'm a paralegal with the Legal Aid Society's Prisoners' Rights Project. Thank you for giving me this time. I want to use it to share with you the voices of people in custody who cannot be here today. You have already heard from advocates who voiced concerns about conditions in the city jails, conditions likely to continue to worsen. I want to emphasize what this feels like to people in the jails. They are anxious and they are scared. As recently as 1 p.m. today, I spoke with an individual at MDC who states that people in his housing unit are begging for masks, but says that masks are only being distributed once a week. He says that people are re-wearing disposable masks for days at a time, even when they are dirty. He reported that while on the phone with me, 2 officers in his housing unit were not wearing masks. He emphasized that people need to know what is happening in the jails and says that there's a pandemic going on, but it seems like nobody cares. For the past several weeks, the Prisoners' Rights Project has received a worrisome number of calls like this one from clients in city custody reporting significant fears about crowded conditions in their housing units and lack of PPE. These callers, many of whom have health conditions that put them at risk of becoming seriously ill should they contract COVID-19, tell us that their dormitory housing units are being filled to capacity, with 47 to 50 individuals in each 50-bed unit. They state that their beds are inches away from the person nearest them, so they are entirely unable to practice social distancing. Several people report that there are now signs in the jails highlighting the importance of social distancing and mask wearing to slow the spread of COVID-19, but say they cannot follow these recommendations because their housing units are so crowded and because they are not given masks. They also consistently report that staff do not wear masks. As recently as last Friday, November 6th, several individuals at VCBC contacted our office to report that their dormitories had 40 to 50 people. One of these callers told us that his housing unit was completely full with 50 people in the dorm. This person told us that he and others in his unit were often unable to access masks for several days at a time, and when they did ask for masks, DOC staff often told them that there were none available. Another individual from a separate dorm at VCBC said that people in custody are supposed to receive 1 mask per day, but on Friday, November 6th, at the time of his call to our office, he said his housing unit was out of masks and noted that this is a recurring issue, stating that every week there's an issue with getting sufficient PPE. Today, an individual at NYC called our office to report concerns about crowding in his housing unit. He said that the beds are less than an arm's length apart and describes feeling as if DOC is packing people in like sardines. Think about how these individuals feel when they are told that masks will help protect them and others from a potentially deadly virus, but they are not provided with new masks regularly, and the staff do not bother to wear masks or wear them properly. How much fear and anxiety would you feel having to sleep inches away from a stranger under these conditions? Many of PRP's clients report similar feelings of frustration and fear that their concerns about lack of social distancing and insufficient PPE in the jails were not being heard and certainly not being addressed, even when they attempted to follow DOC procedures to receive a response from the department. Almost every individual who contacted our office to report crowded conditions and lack of PPE stated that they had already filed a grievance or contacted 311 about these issues before reaching out to our office, but nothing had been done. One person said he felt as if the department was whitewashing the grievances he filed about COVID-19 concerns. These reports are alarming and becoming increasingly common. We are deeply concerned for our clients who are being left without the means to protect themselves from COVID-19, a virus that can be deadly for individuals with pre-existing health conditions. Many of the individuals we spoke with are attempting to advocate for their health.
Your time is up, so unfortunately, yep. Can you close it out very quickly?
Yep.
Hurry, please. You've got 10 seconds.
Okay. People's lives are in danger. The department's failure to address their concerns and protect the people in their custody instead of taking action that actually increases their risk of contracting COVID-19 is completely indefensible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, let us now move to the second person on the list, Martha Greco. Martha Greco.
One moment. Can everybody hear me? For some reason, I think my video is not starting. Ah, here we go.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Martha Greco from the Bronx Defenders. I'm a criminal defense attorney and a prisoner's rights attorney. Bronx Defenders first wants to commend the board's vote regarding restraint desks in ESH and commingling of young adults. Those changes are significant and we support them. However, as we've mentioned in the past, we continue to press that the public should be given the opportunity to comment on variance conditions before a vote. And now to the main topic of my comment, I want to discuss increased density in the jails. The department has not yet responded to a letter submitted by defenders last week regarding these concerns that included alarming data about overcrowded dorms. The department instead changed Twitter posts and the website to reflect the new data density. As recently as October, the department testified in the legislative committee that dorms were being kept at 50% capacity. Increased density is coinciding with COVID cases spiking in the community, and this is, of course, alarming. Just this week, the Bronx Hall of Justice completely shut down all in-person appearances and canceled the first scheduled trial of the COVID era because of an uptick in COVID diagnoses among court officers, who are the people who escort incarcerated people to courtrooms. There has been an explosion of COVID in upstate prisons. We urge the board and CHS to renew calls for decarceration and for this time, the department to join in. Our clients in AMKC dorms and BCBC dorms are frantically contacting us about the increasingly overcrowded housing units. One client who has been incarcerated since the beginning of the pandemic has noticed a stark reduction in compliance with COVID protocols over the last 2 months. His dorm of 50 beds has only 4 beds unoccupied. There's only 1 TV for nearly 50 people to gather around for some sort of way to pass the time. He says, and I quote, "The officers act like we are the problem, but we don't go outside. The problem gets brought to us." Our clients in custody are like sitting ducks, totally unprotected from the second wave to hit. For many of our incarcerated clients, the cancellation of the only scheduled trial in the Bronx was devastating news. It means they are still so far from getting justice in their cases. Some are awaiting trial now for years, serving a jail sentence that is no different than what they would serve if they were convicted. Stress levels are high. Video conferences continue to be terribly backlogged, meaning attorneys and advocates having to schedule them weeks in advance, an issue that has been present since the start of the pandemic and has yet to improve. Our clients in custody need meaningful connection with their legal team now more than ever. They need access to counsel in the disciplinary process, and they need it now. They need a clear and transparent plan for reducing density in the facilities to provide meaningful social distancing, and that plan must include reducing the jail population. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us now move to the next person. That person is Robert Camacho. Are you still with us?
I don't think he's still with us.
Okay. Let us move on to Dr. Victoria Phillips. Minister Phillips. You may begin. Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, so I think it's very important because I wanted to discuss certain things today, but I want to take 30 seconds to respond to let you hear something.
I would say there's no social distancing that's going on at all. We're supposed to have masks, the PPE stuff. They don't give, one time they give us masks is when we're leaving off the unit to go somewhere in the building. Other than that, on the unit, they don't give us masks at all. They keep saying we have to hold them for the people for whoever has an appointment that's leaving off the unit, which is not right. And this is these things that's mandated by the governor, by the CDC.
And I could go on, but I continue to bring direct voices from the inside. I wish BOC had a direct way that people could call into these meetings so you could hear them before you make these votes. I just want to touch on a few other things. So Board Member Perillo actually mentioned hearing DOC respond to officers untrained using scans a year ago. He's correct. Actually, February 11th, I put on the record concerns from this very board's report during July 15th to November 30th, 2019, a report that 45 people entered separation status, 2 with severe mental illness were placed in there, 1 person missed 4 doses of insulin, and another a specialty appointment. And as a brain surgery survivor, I know all too well how missing any of my medical appointments, all which are specialists, are important to my preventative and acute care. So I'm just going to ask this board again, how long is it going to be that people who are unable to advocate for their own health care will be subjected to dangers of machines that give off radiation by untrained staff? This is a very important issue that must be addressed immediately. And let me touch on something with the case managers. I brought it to the board before that DC Bill wanted to implement a case management system. And you all know I have a unique relationship, not only with the incarcerated, but with DOC staff as well. So actual DOC counselors and uniform staff reached out to me with their concerns because case management is different from the task DOC counselors actually performed. And at the last advisory, adolescent and young adult advisory board meeting, I actually raised concerns and offended DC Bill and AC Torres with my questions regarding info into the ISPs, the individual service plans that was being talked about today, being accessible to DOC staff, and who often speaks to NYPD regarding individuals being held awaiting their fair day in court. And I required DOC's role with that info being pulled from individuals not aware that they were actually giving DOC information through a counselor. So I say, I put that on the record because I think that CBOs on the outside should be staffed to be responsible for the case management. And I want this board to realize how important it is to stay on top of the language that DOC use, because that's just another way for them to create loopholes and get around things that you are unaware of. And I'll end with this. Chief Jennings mentioned today that she would appreciate support into managing this population with the young adults, which was music to my ears, yet alarming since I've been an active member of the advisory board since the beginning of its creation, about 6 years. I've watched this board go from weekly meetings to bi-weekly to monthly and then quarterly, all due to DOC's lack of concern moving things forward after the departure of DC Saunders. In fact, AC Torres told me at the very last meeting that they wouldn't even continue these advisory board meetings, but she knew that I would run straight to City Hall. So let me be clear, if support is what DOC needs, it is there. It's time for us to hold them accountable. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move forward and hear from the next person on the list. That person is Kayla Simpson.
Hi, are you able to hear me this time?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, hallelujah. I'm trying to start the video, sorry. Okay. Hello again, Kayla Simpson, Legal Aid Society's Prisoners' Rights Project. I'd like to briefly address Nunez. I think the Monitor's 10th report speaks for itself, and you guys have heard a lot of what it says. But of course, we're available to answer any questions that you might have. And I won't rehash the fundamental noncompliance with the consent judgment, though obviously from the report, it's clearly severe. I know the department talked today at length about improvements in investigations, and truly we are glad to see that the measures contained in a remedial order that became necessary after years of sustained noncompliance are having some early positive effects. But after hearing the presentation today, I feel I have to reiterate that the purpose of investigation is accountability. The department just isn't even close to adequately disciplining staff. And I mean white shirts too, those in leadership roles, for use of force-related misconduct. Investigations are processes and they're important, but only when they lead to real accountability and culture change. I know they mentioned the backlogs that they've cleared, but they failed to mention the 2,000 cases that they lost to statutes of limitation due to their failures to investigate. And it's incredibly disappointing, but perhaps unsurprising, that the department continued to focus on process rather than the unconstitutional levels of violence that led us to bring Nunez in the first place. We're rooting for culture change, and we hope that the focus on process in this meeting is not reflective of the approach to culture change within department ranks. Second, COVID in the jails. Listening to today's meeting made me feel like I was back in April, as if we had learned nothing from what the city has been through in the past several months. There is no excuse for this density in the jails, and there is no excuse for the department to come here with literally no answers for it. Look at the positivity updates from yesterday. What did the mayor say in response? A COVID second wave is upon us. His words, we have one last chance to stop this from spiraling. How can we not apply urgency when across this entire country, we see that carceral environments are one of the primary hotspots for this virus? Every responsible decision maker in the city should be acting to make sure that COVID has no footholds in New York, but we are creating a tinderbox in DOC. The dorms are too full. The cell units are too full. It is reckless. There are 3 shifts a day of rotating staff into these facilities from the outside world, and there is no regular testing for them. It's a major blind spot on how and when the virus may re-enter the jails. Other congregate settings mandate routine staff testing, and health guidance urges it. Why does the city not require it here? Do we value the lives of people in custody and staff so little that we're not willing to take these common sense public health measures? The mayor said yesterday, if you've never been tested, haven't been tested in a while, get tested this week. Today, we missed a chance to ask CHS, has every person in custody been offered a test this week? Why not? Bureaucratic assurances in this space and in other spaces will not stop our clients and jail staff from getting sick. We would not tolerate this in any other setting. We would be up in arms if this is what our schools look like, or our restaurants, or our grocery stores. It's wrong. The city is charged with safeguarding the health of the people it detains, who have no agency about what happens to them behind those walls. This board urgently to add pressure to decarcerate. The board must not allow DOC to hide the truth about the risks they are creating in the jails. You must report on what you see. You must make them accountable in these spaces for failing to have answers. Advocates and judges and prosecutors, we all need as much information as possible about the dangers in DOC so we can take the actions we need to take. And those decisions hinge on your continued oversight in these meetings and the reports that you put out, especially when judges credit your reports so much more than they credit the words our clients share about their experiences. Thank you, and I'm available to talk about this in more detail at any time.
Next person is Ashaki Antoine. Is Ashaki Antoine here?
I'm here. I'm here.
Yes. Okay, please begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I was able to review all concerns and issues addressed at the last month's BOC meeting, and a few things stuck out, which continues to be a bit unsettling. Today, I have 3 points that I would like to discuss. Point number 1, COVID-19. Proper planning prevents poor performance. Earlier this year, as COVID-19 ran heavily in the jails, thousands of correctional officers got sick. In anticipation of the second wave, facility jails are closing, new admission numbers has increased, and housing areas are full to capacity. This is especially dangerous in a dorm setting where inmate beds are not 6 feet apart. They are actually less than 3 feet apart from one another. It was also said that there are plenty of bed space throughout the facilities. Why not plan properly and effectively space the inmates out now? Presently, 5 facilities are operating above 80% of capacity. The agreement was not to go beyond 70%. How is this acceptable? How is this safe? In a dorm setting with a capacity of 50 inmates, we should have an empty bed between each occupied bed, just like the schools, churches, or restaurants, using the same sensible approach. In housing areas where cells, place an empty cell between each occupied cell. In a jail setting, why are we not following the CDC guidelines as it pertains to COVID-19 and social distancing? What makes the rules different in a jail setting than those close quarters in a school, church, or restaurant? How does this business as usual failed policy create safe jails? Point number 2, assaults. In the past month, outside of the daily incidents that occur in the jails, 2 female officers were assaulted. In a housing area heavily populated by inmates with gang affiliation, and officers who were stabbed in the hand while breaking up an inmate fight between 2 warring gang members. Thankfully, the metal object, weapon, didn't make contact with the officer's vital organs. Sadly, she did not go home the same way she arrived to work. Presently, far too many housing areas are filled to capacity with gang members of the same affiliation. This board knows this due to a letter signed and sent to the board by COBRA's president over 2 weeks ago. This practice makes it absolutely impossible to gain compliance and control in those housing units, which in the end makes the jails unsafe. Indeed, it caused an inmate riot this past weekend where many officers were injured. In one of the same units, President Basio listed in his letter that he sent to the Board of Correction and SCOC. Our priority must be to categorize the inmate population based on their classification and custody level, as opposed to their gang affiliation. One type of assault in particular.
10 more seconds. I've gone long with people, so I'm giving you another 10 seconds.
Okay, so the bottom line is we have the space, we have the ways, we have the means to space the inmates out, to use the CDC guidelines to make sure that everyone, officers, civilians, inmates, anyone in the jail setting is safe and they go home the same way that they came. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let us now hear from Mark Steyer. Mark Steyer. All right. Okay, you may begin.
Hi there. I don't see myself, but that's a good thing. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that everybody wants to go home real soon. It's a beautiful day outside, and I'm going to take the 4 minutes and 30 seconds that were accorded to another person who was speaking, repeating something which we all know. The jails are too damned close together. Folks in the jails are, I'm not going to read from a statement unlike some people, they could just submit those. The fact that COVID is a problem should have been addressed months ago by this department. And it's not been. And obviously I agree with the inmate advocates, with the paralegal from Legal Aid, with the Bronx Defender's Office, and with everyone who's spoken about the smaller, safer, more humane need of not contracting a possibly deadly illness, right? So that said, I'm also going to speak to the third point that our board member was cut off on, and that's punitive segregation. I'm only going to mention this once again, and I haven't addressed this board for a year, so I hope you'll indulge me. We have state minimum standards that are being ignored. Stanley, I have deep respect for, mentioned something about there's a disconnect between not having a lowering of uses of force while at the same time meeting compliance in lots of other areas. The reason is there are no repercussions for actions. The inmate disturbance referenced by the board member, Ms. Antoine, sent a bunch of correction officers to the hospital. Do you know what? That same housing unit, which I'm not going to name for safety reasons, has been flagged by the State Corrections Commission 2 years ago for closure. The cell doors don't close, they don't lock. This is a problem, and that area by my count has been one blood set of 13, almost 13 people since August 20th of this year. Why is the department housing people who, for lack of a better way of expressing themselves, hurt other people? This was caused by the inmates. There's no doubt about it. They tied off. They put soap on the floor. They did the barricading. It was disturbing. So if I can just paraphrase from the letter from the SCOC from a couple of years ago, which still is resonating today, the departments failed to take sufficient remedial action and show that cell doors are subject to breach. It's widespread, it's known, and this represents a grave threat to the safety, security, and good order of the facility and the safety of staff, inmates, and the public. The bigger problem is this was all sent to the Board of Correction and the State Commission 2 weeks ago. So here's my question to you. I'm going to turn this around and not use any more of your time while it's still sunny outside. Why haven't you done something about this? Why isn't it on the agenda? This riot happened this weekend, and it involved young adults who everyone is concerned with, probably terribly bored young adults. But still, I don't think that the Board of Corrections understands that without repercussions, you're going to continue to see uses of force as a result of things like barricading an entire housing unit. That's the reality. And I'm sorry that the inmate advocates may not want to address the victims of violence, which include their own clients, but it's the reality that is the big elephant in the room, as we say. So on that note, I want to thank you for your time today, all the time that you've taken between meetings as well as the speakers such as Victoria Phillips and everyone who's spoken eloquently about the COVID problems that we all agree must be addressed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Let's move on to Brad Moorer. Please begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm a staff attorney with New York County Defender Services, and my comments are going to focus on the lack of COVID testing for jail staff. Since March, more than 1,400 DOC staff have tested positive. Rikers Island has been among the most infected workplaces in the United States. Tragically, the first jail outbreak brought more than 2,000 total infections and at least 16 deaths among incarcerated people and staff. We all know that many DOC staff are in frequent close contact with the jail population, so it's a simple fact that in addition to the risks they themselves face, DOC staff are one of the most significant potential vectors for bringing COVID-19 into the jail population. So it's no wonder that jail staff and incarcerated people are terrified right now. Despite the obvious risk and the enormous consequences, there's absolutely no requirement that DOC staff ever be tested for COVID-19. As Dr. Cohen mentioned, this is in stark contrast to the testing and quarantine protocols for newly incarcerated people. DOC's meager response is that they don't provide medical care or treatment for their staff, and that they encourage staff to be tested as frequently as appropriate. DOC also touts its screenings of staff, which are pointedly not tests. And DOC says they've made free testing available for staff. Encouraged available testing is simply not a substitute for frequent mandatory testing. You don't have to take my word for it, by the way. CHS's own chief medical officer has publicly shared research showing that testing for workers in high-risk settings must be frequent to be effective. And CHS higher-ups like Dr. McDonald and Dr. Rosner have publicly advocated for cheaper, more frequent rapid testing. Yet none of this appears to have been meaningfully discussed, let alone implemented for our jails. Meanwhile, we've been routinely testing staff in nursing homes for months, and the same private company that supplies tests for our jails, BioReference, has been supplying hundreds of thousands of tests for the NBA, the NFL, and Major League Soccer. So at the bottom, this is not about money, it's about priorities. The excuses and evasions must give way to real candor from DOC and CHS about why routine staff testing isn't happening. If the reason is budgetary, this board's chair just summed up the correct response. Incarcerated people should not get sick and die just because the city has to tighten its fiscal belt. If we can't afford to protect incarcerated people, then we shouldn't keep them in overcrowded jails like sitting ducks in the middle of a deadly pandemic. And that's the thing. We know a brutal winter is coming. We all saw the devastation from the first jail outbreak. Throughout the pandemic, Dr. Yang has said many times, the more you test, the more you find. Why are we not doing everything we can to find COVID-19 in DOC staff before they bring it into our increasingly overcrowded jails, packed with increasingly vulnerable people? So we're right back where we started. We desperately need to get as many people out of our jails as we possibly can, and we need to do it as soon as possible. And right now, we're just not acting with enough urgency, and incarcerated people are going to pay for it with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Kelsey De Avila. Is Kelsey De Avila still with us? Yes, please begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, begin.
Okay. So my name is Kelsey De Avila. I'm with Brooklyn Defender Services, and I first want to echo the comments of those who spoke before me. And to highlight again the mayor's comments, last night he said, and I quote, "We can stop a second wave if we act immediately, but we have one last chance and everyone has to be a part of it." Now I have to believe that no one is exempt from doing their part, especially the department, yet we see continued disregard for health and safety. Our office hears directly from people in custody who say they don't have access to cleaning supplies, staff aren't wearing masks, and the biggest being that their housing units are reaching capacity. People, they can reach out from their bed and touch the person right next to them, as Dr. Cohen described earlier. And last month on the topic of MDC and OBCC closure, Dr. Cohen was the only member to ask DOC about their plans to protect and allow for social distancing. But the attitude from DOC was very much, well, we haven't thought that far ahead, but don't worry, trust us. Trust us, and how dare anyone insinuate that we, quote, pack people in. But that's exactly what the department is doing, and they contradict themselves every month with no accountability. DOC says they have thousands of beds and 100 units they could open. So we can assume DOC is choosing to keep people in units nearing 100% capacity, because nowhere else in the state of New York are guidelines proposing above 50% capacity with less than 6 feet apart. Restaurants are at 25%, offices are at 50%, museums, retail stores, even movie theaters have stricter guidelines than our city jails. COVID put out a statement just yesterday acknowledging that all people in the jails are unsafe due to DOC's practice to increase density. Our office overheard a DOC officer encourage people to tell their lawyers to do something because they feel they can't themselves. So again, why the exception? Why are people in custody and even the staff in these facilities not being provided with the same protections that all of us who happen to still be virtual, I might add, receive? We went back and we looked at past BOC meetings and mere minutes were devoted to COVID. At the last meeting, the same thing. DOC and CHS gave vague answers and the board moved on. It wasn't until the public comment period that serious questions were being raised, and when the board asked for a response, DOC wasn't even in the room. And today, seeing Dr. Cohen's list of still unanswered questions was telling. And Chair Jones-Austin, I appreciate today's pushback, and we want more of it, because we're troubled how this board has prioritized the COVID response in the city jails. Each board member has a responsibility to hold DOC accountable, We want you to use your position, ask DOC and CHS the tough questions, demand answers, and inform the public every step of the way. We're really just asking for the bare minimum here. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to the next person, and that person is Claudia Forrester. Please begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Forrester, and I'm a jail services advocate at Brooklyn Defender Services. Every day, I receive calls from people detained in the New York City jails, and I continuously report to DOC, CHS, and the BOC about either a lack of cleaning supplies, lack of masks, or inability to social distance from others. I hear these complaints and fears across all DOC facilities, so I want to take the time to share their words and experiences. Panic levels amongst incarcerated people are rising. They are listening to the radio or watching the news, and they see Mayor de Blasio and our public health experts talking about the spikes in COVID cases, while at the same time they are witnessing DOC adding people to their housing units regularly, witnessing DOC staff failing to wear masks, and witnessing the lack of urgency to provide cleaning supplies. One person shared, "Being in here, the virus is inescapable. I'm like an animal in a cage. I feel like I've been given a death sentence." Our office reports high-density housing units daily to the department. People are reporting units that are currently sleeping 49 out of 50. I was on the phone with a person who said, "It's not right for the officers either. They're telling me to tell my lawyer so I can address these conditions. They're at risk too." They went on to say that officers are concerned and feel unsafe with the overcrowding, but can't do anything about it. Units are crowded, and in these same units, people are reporting day rooms going weeks without being cleaned, showers that are in disgusting conditions, and a lack of sanitizer to clean the phones. One person said to me, "The shower isn't being cleaned, and I have to step into that shower every single day barefoot. That's another way to pass the germs. It's unacceptable, and no one should be treated like this. I feel like a dog in a cage. Certain guidelines need to be met, and it's just not right." During a video conference, another person came down with a towel wrapped around his face. He shared that there are not enough masks in his unit, so he wears a towel instead. He uses one side to cover his face and the other to hold the phone or door handles. He washes the towel every night to use again the next day. Other people echoed this serious lack of masks in their unit, describing a single box of masks for 2 units per week, or a lack of masks even to go to clinic or the video conferencing center. Moreover, another pattern I have heard across client narratives this month is an extreme lack of clothing provided by DOC. People are receiving a single t-shirt and pair of boxers, forcing them to wash their things and wait without underwear while their single pair dries. Across all of my calls and video conferences, it is clear that people in custody feel incredibly unsafe in the current conditions in the New York City jails. And I'll end on this, a direct quote by a man I spoke with recently who said, "I just want BOC to know that they're not respecting the mandates of New York City. I feel like my life is in danger every day. They're not respecting us, and I feel like there are not safe conditions. I feel like my life is in jeopardy every single day. I feel like my life doesn't matter anymore." Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron Rufa. Rufa. Please begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. We can hear you.
Great. Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me this platform. I'm an intern with the Urban Justice Center, and I just wanted to read some testimony from a client who wanted to share their experience of being housed in solitary confinement. So this is from the client's perspective. I have been incarcerated in New York City jail since August 2019, first in VCBC, then OBCC, then GRVC, and then back in OBCC. I'm 25 years old and I'm from the Bronx. I'm fortunate that my family comes to see me, and now they do virtual visits. I've been in the box 4 times since I arrived at Rikers. I just got out. I was there from mid-August to mid-September. The conditions in the box are nasty. I especially think they should close down the box given the risk of getting COVID. When a person leaves the box, a new person comes right in and it's not sanitized at all. They put you directly in another person's filth with no bleach or cleaning supplies. When you're in the box, you need to bang on the door to get the CO's attention because they can't hear your voice. If I'm knocking on my cell door asking for something, the CO says they'll come help, but 30 minutes go by, more time goes by, and they don't come. You could be passing out on their time. They don't even know what's happening to you, and they won't come. If you speak negatively to the COs, they will retaliate as punishment. They will take away your access to the shower or your rec time, or they won't let you talk on the phone to your family since they control the phones. They will starve you. They won't put food in your slot. Depending on how they feel, you might not eat all day, but the COs will pretend like they fed you, and the captain will be in cahoots with them. For example, the COs will leave a tray on top of your stack with crumbs for the benefit of the captains and the cameras. Some of the cameras don't even work. Plus, it's very hard to sleep in the box, and other people in solitary don't care about disturbing you, since they are trying to get through their days. Some of them even start fires. These inhumane conditions force people to get new charges brought against them. If you fight back, you'll get new charges and have to fight a new case. Why do we have to be in a tiny box? In solitary, you don't have any of your personal property. My regular cell has my radio and food. When you come out of the box, most of your personal property is gone because the COs throw it away. My family bought me several pairs of sneakers with their hard-earned money, and I lost 2 pairs of my sneakers because the COs threw them out. I hope more people like me talk about what is happening. A lot of us need to let people know what is going on. They can't keep getting away with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we will hear from Kelly Grace. Is Kelly Grace with us?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'll be pretty quick and I will submit finally my testimony about Priya, which I wanted to address today via email, my written comments. But I wanted just to take this time orally to thank the board for voting down the co-mingling variance. I think that's a really good place to start my discussion briefly to remind the board that that co-mingling variance was voted on the last day of Kathy Potler's attendance at a BOC meeting in July of 2014. I think that everyone remembers that Kathy Potler was a tremendous advocate for all of us locked behind cages and bars on breakers. And she literally spent her last dying days infected with lung cancer writing the restrictive housing rulemaking rule that was pushed aside in 2014 when it in lieu of EHS. And I wanted just to remind the board that what they did today by voting down that co-mingling variance that was introduced on Kathy's last day was probably not known, a lovely acknowledgement of her. And I would like the board to think very carefully about what Kathy did and how she fought against DOC minutes in all policy-making decisions. I was embarrassed to Braun today parade and upgrade the board at every turn. I almost want to dare to say that I feel like her is fueled by her newly appointed powers on the rulemaking committee, and I'm ashamed to see her run amok of these processes, neglect her duties to Nunez and to her other areas of responsibility on the island while pretending she is in control of everything. I am here Austin have reported that there will be a 30-day public comment period after the rulemaking committee releases its version of the final restrictive housing rule. I beg the board to use the same kind of earnest acumen that it used today to vote down the commingling variance when it looks at the rule presented by Braun and the other people on that committee. and that they change it accordingly and they really dig into it. Please go back and read the last comments of Kathy Potler on July 8th, 2014, and read her hope for issuing a new rule that would allow the department to keep all of its protections while allowing those of us who find ourselves on Rikers Island to not survive our days in a box. I want to just say, Commissioner Braun, I'm ashamed of you. Listening to the way that you are non-responsive to the board just reminds me that my calls for your resignation or your firing need to be renewed, and I hope other people take up this charge. Thank you so much for letting me testify today. I'm Kelly Graves Price, founder of Close Rosies.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we will hear from Benny Basio, FOBA president.
I don't think he's with us anymore.
He's no longer with us. I saw he was here, but he's now gone. Okay. Well, Mr. Basio was the last scheduled public comment speaker, and so with him not being with us any longer, the public comment session has concluded, and we will adjourn the board meeting. The next board meeting is scheduled for January 12th, 2021 at 9 a.m. This meeting will likely be held via WebEx as well, and details will be available on our website. There may be, just take note that there may be be on the lookout for updates concerning the rulemaking process and the CAPA process being initiated with the finalization of the recommendations concerning PSEG and the redrafting of the rule for all to see and take notice of and then participate in public comment. Thank you very much, and I wish you a good remainder of the day. Bye-bye.